right, good morning, everyone. Today is Thursday, July 17th, 2025. It's 9:02. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Friday, July 11, 2025 at 8:40 a.m. And a supplemental agenda was posted on Monday, July 14, 2025 at 8:35 a.m.
Thank you. Stand brief for a moment of silence, and we'll let the pledge to the flags. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pledge to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Okay. All right, let's go to items D1 regarding the FY26 budget. Francis?
Yes, sir. So today, we plan on just going back to a few departments that there may be some questions on, or we needed a little bit more information. And then we will come back to outside entities and just kind of review where we left the conversation off the day before yesterday. Look if there's another strategy we want to take, prioritize, and just make sure we're all have a consensus there on what we want tentatively included to see the big picture. Same with capital outlay. And so again, just checking those things off, and then that way we can really focus on final numbers. And so we have Captain Nixon with us today. And so, sorry.
Sorry about that.
Gaveling.
Oh, gavel this again?
So we're gonna pull up Department 0120, which is maintenance of equipment. And I think that we talked about there was an increase here, and it was in software, and that was for a fleet management software. And so I think you had some questions on the uses of that software, and then maybe just some other general questions about fleet operations. So you requested them to come in, they're here, and so I'll let them speak on that request and what that entails.
Good morning.
Morning. Morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Morning.
Morning, guys. So any specific questions you have on that fleet software, or do you just want me to generalize on it?
Who's the expert on software in here?
Not me and
Sitting
you.
back there. I guess what we kind of really want to know more than anything is what the state of our fleet is right now, and how many cars we've added over the last.
Do you want me to cover the software first, then we'll get into the fleet
Yeah, so the
itself?
software, what is it? So what's it do?
So-
That is a question I
Let
can
me
ask.
just, I'll back up. The system we currently have, FaciliWorks, is a system that was designed to manage manufacturing facilities, not a fleet maintenance system. And it has been made to work over the years. When I say made to work, we've had to create outside spreadsheets and multiple spreadsheets to keep up with everything. None of this works together. It's very labor intensive. So the systems we're looking at, the key components we're looking for are systems that can track vehicle assignments and usage, that can schedule and manage preventative maintenance, corrective maintenance tracking, collision and damage repair management, parts and inventory tracking, fuel management, vehicle replacement scoring, and improve the communications between the fleet shop and the fleet users. Because currently, we're having to do all of that manually. And we just don't have the manpower it takes away. Tan spends 40% of his day at his desk trying to enter data into this system that we have now to try to keep up with some of our systems that we have now. Whereas these new systems allow him to go out while he's working in the bay, doing an oil change on a tablet, enter in what parts he's using. It automatically calculates the next scheduled maintenance. It sends all that data out to the end user. It takes all of that off of TAN, so he can actually get more work done in the shop, which is what we hired him to do. And he struggles there just because our fleet has grown over the years since we went back to one mechanic. You know, our fleet has grown probably 40% over
But you
those
would be
years.
able to, at budget, bring us a report of all the vehicles. We would know the mileage on those vehicles. We would be able to see a report that we don't see now for obvious
Absolutely,
reasons.
absolutely. I'm glad you brought up mileage because the systems we're looking at actually import from WEX, our fuel provider, on a interval that we set, daily, weekly, monthly. So every day that people put in their fuel mileage at a gas pump, we would have that implemented into our system. We can keep up closer to when their maintenance is due. The system will actually send out reminders to that end user 500 miles ahead of their oil change. Hey, you've got this oil change coming up, you need to schedule it. That way they can remember to do that. Believe it or not, it's hard to remember when you look, when it's on the tag on your window. I don't understand that, but it seems to be.
Do we do in-house oil changes or we send them out?
We do in-house oil changes, in-house brake work, in-house tire work, all minor mechanical, shocks, headlights, windshield wipers, anything minor mechanical. Yes, sir.
Well, that new software, will it track hours on the engines?
It doesn't have the ability to track hours unless we input it at the time of the service. We can then, but, go ahead.
Yeah, it does have the ability to integrate with a telematics system. And so then that would import that data automatically into the fuel management, or the fleet management software, to where you can track engine hours, and mileage.
Well, that's something we've been looking for a while, is to really kind of know, give an indication of turnover. You know, what's the appropriate time to turn a vehicle over before you start getting in high maintenance and those kinds of.
And these systems also have an algorithm built in for vehicle scoring, so that you know, it gives your vehicle a score each year as to whether it's time to replace that vehicle or not.
Okay.
And also, I believe y'all brought it up earlier in an earlier session that these could also be used at precinct barns. This same system could be integrated across the county if that was something y'all chose to do.
Yeah.
And maintenance and other
Maintenance,
things
yeah.
too?
Right, yeah, it can be used to track any asset that has basically a motor and needs to be serviced. Or tires need to be serviced, trailers and whatever.
So I'm assuming that would be additional licenses that would.
Correct.
So you pay per asset on a lot of this, not per license necessarily, depending on which software. So you can have unlimited users, and the limit, you can have 3 or however many people you want logged in at a single time. But then your cost is per asset that you have in the system versus your license per user.
Is that price, is that a one-time deal or is that gonna be every year?
So since we put in this quote for the budget, Michael and I had the chance to go to a fleet forum and spend 2 days with vendors just specifically on this. And we're able to get 2 more quotes that we feel like would be even better for the county. So the initial quote that we gave had a very high upfront cost of $98,000 and then a annual cost of roughly around $17,000. The system that we actually think would be a better choice for what we do has an upfront cost of around $5,500, but the annual is a little bit higher. It's around, and it's based on assets. And we approximated at 240 assets. We may have a few less than that, of $21,000 a year. So you're saving, quite a bit up front. That would, you're going to pay over the years, but you're saving quite a bit up front.
Still a good quality product. though. It's
Absolutely.
not- We're not,
Does the same thing?
It does the same thing. It's been around since 1979. It was developed by the guy that developed the UPS
manage tracking.
And it's a standalone product. It doesn't integrate with anything we currently have, like
So it
Tyler.
will integrate with Tyler, it will integrate with WEX, our fuel provider. It will automatically pull that information in and export that information.
Both those will.
Yes, sir.
Both those will.
Yes, sir.
And what were the numbers again? Say it again, the first one that we were talking about?
First one, the upfront cost was
90.
$98,763, and the annual was $16,983.
16,983. And then the second one?
The second one, the upfront cost is around $5,500, and the annual around $21,200. And that's
quite a bit.
That's figuring at 240 assets. We may be a little over that.
9,000.
We were just trying to get a quote for
Right.
kind of our maximum end.
That's 5 difference.
You learned of this when you went to that
Yes, sir.
system? Yes, sir. Meeting, that's good.
So you said it'll, like any asset, a motor, so like a road grader or anything.
Right.
And you can even, you know, you can put generators in there, anything that needs constant maintenance on a schedule, whether it's an hour schedule or, you know, every 3 months or 6 months or year, whatever. You can put all those in there. And you can track that much better than through spreadsheets or a Outlook email calendar, or remembering, hey, in July and in December, I've got to go check this. So,
But every vehicle will know how much gas has been used, how many miles have been driven.
correct, yeah, we can get all that data together for the whole, every vehicle in the county, if that's what the court desired.
Yeah.
Be put into that.
So,
Yeah, let's go ahead. I was going to say my math may be a little fuzzy and the auditor can tell us, but that, to me, the second product, if you use it, it would be somewhere out around 18 years before it would break even with that first one that cost so much up
I
front.
might did as well, Commissioner.
Is that what yours came,
Yes, sir.
somewhere around 18 years, give or take?
I don't, well, can you imagine what our mileage will be by then?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think we're good.
So, I mean, it just, yeah, if that's, to me, that's almost a no-brainer, but that second system, if it does and it integrates with our technology we have now, that's, seemed like a pretty good deal.
Good find, guys, a really good
Yeah.
find.
Do you have to, so we need to adjust that line then on that software license support?
Yes, we can
we
get that to the
go that
auditor's
route.
office to adjust that.
Yeah.
well, that's great. This morning, or yesterday afternoon, I got a notice from GMC that it was time to change oil in my vehicle. It'll tell me that every day till I go get it done. But it also gave the mileage and some other information as well.
Yeah, and one good thing about a lot of these products, and especially the RTA, one that I'm in favor of, it also tracks your warranty information and pulls that in from your vehicle manufacturers.
this one does.
And your secondary, like to say, you get a battery, we buy it from Napa, and it's got a 2-year warranty. It'll track that 2-year warranty on that battery, specifically, you know, so we can have a better grasp on things, and, you know, there's gonna be some cost savings there. I expect to see some because, you know, you're replacing something now that you may or may not know when the warranty on that battery or that whatever went out, because we don't have a way to track that. So,
Okay, if there's not any other questions on that particular subject, on these other line items, do you have any comments on those? Like,
What about the supplies? It's just a hair higher, it's not too much. And then your tires, I think that's because of the new Tahoes have 20s,
bigger tires on them.
22s or 20s?
22,
It's 20s, aren't they?
22.
out there.
20,
The new ones are 22.
22s.
Yeah.
They always design a new tire, so you have to buy a new, you know.
I know we've talked about this before, Sean and Michael, also spoken with other people in the department or in the office about shopping around for some vehicles that aren't necessarily the Tahoes, for other personnel, or maybe even field deputies, but, because if we can save money there, probably you could save money on your tires also, because you're not buying those big 22-inch or 20-inch tires, because some of those, like the Interceptor that Ford makes, runs a smaller tire. And I know,
This year, Commissioner, I did look at Durangos, Dodge Durangos, at Ford Interceptors and at Tahoes. The price difference was within about $2,000 per vehicle. The Tahoe being in the middle, actually. And we chose to stay with the Tahoes and go with that quote simply because of the parts that we have to stock in the shop. It's, you know, we stock oil filters, we stock air filters, we stock a specific oil for, Chevrolet, Ford, each has a different oil. The different tire sizes, brakes, brake pads, brake calipers, and brake rotors, we all stock that. So if the more I can keep to one type vehicle,
understand that part.
it's cheaper for us.
but if you're saving, and the quote I got was about $3,000 difference on the base units. If you're saving 3,000 times 14 vehicles, you
Well,
can stock
only
some.
5 of those were patrol vehicles.
Yeah, you can stock some other
Right, right.
big, for the money saved.
Right.
In the long run, you sure can. But I would like for us to continue to look at that.
Yes, sir. I will
especially
do
for
that
non-
every year.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
anywhere we can pinch a penny right now is very important.
Understood.
And then, following up on Commissioner Jones' question, and I don't know if you were talking about this or David talked about it, or who, but the overall, rolling stock, Francis, do we know what our trend was on, how many vehicles we had, several years back, and what the trend is on the number of vehicles, and then we can talk about what type of vehicle, and then also the critical thing in my mind is what is the proper time to turn that vehicle over, replace it, but you have some numbers on that.
And so currently, and these are vehicles that are used in all aspects of, their department's task. But Sheriff, I have about currently 146 active vehicles, correctional facilities, 26, and maintenance of equipment, 4. So I think that's a total of 176 vehicles. Sometimes there's some timing difference between auctions and when we get,
Yeah.
there's a lot of paperwork involved there that get pulled off. But that's currently what we're showing. I know, I believe it was last week, we looked at how many vehicles had been purchased over the last 9 years. And so in total, for the whole county, we had purchased 195, but we've retired about 150.
So what-
So that's a net of about 45
Okay?
to the fleet. But I know there is some, so when they purchase a vehicle, of course, it's just not like, one in, out in the same day. Process to get those, of course, on the road, and then that process of disposing those vehicles.
Yeah.
Also very, very lengthy. And so there may be a little bit of lag of time
Understand.
in what's being disposed of for this year.
But then, like, take a snapshot, like a balance sheet, on the date of the balance sheet. How much rolling stock was it, let's say, 3 or 4 years ago, and how much rolling stock
Yes,
today in that department?
yes. And so it's increased about, it looks like about, for their department, I think about 3 per year.
Increase per year?
Yes.
Of total number. So the inventory has gone up like 3 vehicles per year for how long? How many years?
So that would be over the last 9 years. That's an
9.
average.
Thank you.
I do, and this may be where I need to dig into some information a little more. I'm looking at total vehicles. I'm going to be careful what, so a lot of these are forfeiture vehicles as well, so we are forfeited vehicles.
That doesn't,
We still show them on, okay.
I don't know why that's.
So I can speak to 2025, for
Okay.
instance.
Yeah.
This past year in budget, we got 13 vehicles, and then 4 with SB 22 money vehicles, and then 1 vehicle's replaced with insurance. So a total of 18 new vehicles. In 2025, we auctioned 41 vehicles. Now, there were no auctions in 2024 countywide, but so over the 2 years, 2024, 2025, we auctioned 41 vehicles. They just happened to all be this fiscal year.
24, the reason why is because getting new vehicles and all that.
There was a lot of, everything
almost
slowed us. Like, we haven't received our vehicles from the outfitter yet from last year's budget. We look to get those in the next 30 days.
Isn't that something?
And so that's why when I was kind of letting you know what that net difference was, averaging it out over some years, because there is some
Yes,
like
this year, yeah.
timing
Current year's
of
budget.
those.
I'm sorry, current year's budget, 2025.
Gotcha.
The 195 amount that you gave,
Yes, that we
is
purchased.
that just for the SO, or is
No.
that
That's
for the
total.
whole?
No.
Like
Of
all
that-
the maintenance of buildings?
Yes,
and
sir, Constable one. So,
Road and bridge?
yes. And so of that amount, 176 were sheriff's office vehicles.
Divided out over 9 years.
Correct, yes, yes.
That averages, and when did we go into an agreement with y'all on the 14 a year, Sean, do you remember?
Several years back.
It's been several years?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
'Cause
sir.
I know that.
And that was because our fleet
right.
had gotten in such bad, high mileage, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah, and I don't have a
Trying to-
problem with that. I think that's a good number. The average over 9 years has been about 17 then in SO? Is that what you're saying?
Average, yes, yeah, roughly,
Okay.
the math there in my head.
And I'll kind of give you a run-through on a patrol vehicle. So when we get a new patrol vehicle, it obviously goes into patrol. Around between 100 and 120,000 miles, I pull that vehicle out of patrol now, and it will go to either the courthouse for transport, to the jail for in-town transport. That's where we move those vehicles, because obviously, they're in town all the time, they're not running high speed, it's just transport stuff, short distances. We'll use them there until they get to about 140, and that's when I'd like to get them out, because around 150 is when we're starting to see our high cost, motors, transmissions, trying to get away from having to replace that kind of stuff.
And
That's
just,
prudent. I think a better snapshot, I think we could get a better visual if we knew 9 years ago how many were in the fleet and today how many are in the fleet. If that makes sense.
yes. Sorry, I can get it for you.
With the fleet management information system, I could give you those information
Right.
very quickly.
There you go.
So this is where, we're, on our side of things, we're looking at like an accounting side, so
Right.
assets, depreciation, profit loss on sale and all that, and so it's hard for us, so one of those systems would be so helpful, I think, to marry our information.
Right, absolutely.
Because we're not knowing what vehicle, like, were you replacing a vehicle, was this first,
Right.
and so it's hard sometimes to pull out of our system. But let me pull real quick 9 years ago what our fleet, if y'all want to continue talking.
Well, that sounds like, and I think you'd reported before, that's how y'all manage that inventory by transferring it to
Right.
where the reliability's not as important as it is in patrol and
Yeah.
those kind of things.
So the new vehicles essentially go into patrol, and then we put new vehicles in jail transport that does out-of-town, out-of-state transport. Because obviously, we don't want those guys breaking down on the highway somewhere with inmates. And then, our unmarked vehicles are generally new vehicles.
Yeah.
And we try to keep those with the same person or the same unit throughout the life. I feel like when you issue a vehicle to a person and it's theirs for life, they take better care of it.
Right. Commissioner Perry?
Yes, because I thought I saw in capital outlay, traverses.
Yes,
I
sir.
thought were gonna be for transport.
So we
Because
put,
we've got how many how many vehicles are tied up in transport?
I don't have those numbers in front of me right now,
So-
Commissioner.
Yeah, I don't have the number top of my head. So there's two types of jail transport. There's the in-town transport, when they're doing hospital runs and doctor visits, those kind of things. And then there's the out-of-town transports, which are the extraditions from other states. And when they take the federal prisoners to San Antonio, they put a lot of miles on those vehicles and on those vans. I mean, we're seeing them, and I don't have
Do we
the,
get reimbursed for that federal prison?
I don't know. That may be part of the contract for housing them. I don't know.
Yes,
Maybe
we
question.
That's a
bill for,
Major Ives
I
question.
think Major Ives said we do get money from
Thought we
that.
did too.
Because we're doing,
we bill for transport as well as medical.
So Commissioner, we're putting some traverses in jail transport as well, because when we have one or two prisoners, we don't want to have to take a van, we want to take something that gets better mileage. and more efficient to drive. So we've done that. Instead of just driving a 15-passenger van with one person in it, we'll put them in a Traverse now. We were doing Tahoes, and then we found that Traverses will work as well.
Because I thought we bought some transport vehicles last year.
So-
And this year, there's 4 more being requested, plus
13, 14.
a Traverse.
Correct.
So 5 vehicles
So
this year.
some of the vans that we're replacing were vans that, I believe 1 or 2 of them still, are vans that were acquired when we took over from LaSalle. And then we're seeing that those over-the-road transport vehicles going out of town, they're putting a lot of miles on those vehicles. I know this last month they've driven to, I think they went to California and then back to Nevada and back to Texas. And they went to South Carolina and Florida and back to Texas. That was all in a couple of weeks. So,
And that's all for feds?
no, I think that's extraditions back to here for people that have charges here that are arrested around the country. So,
Just be curious to know how many
And we can get the number.
dedicated to transport.
yeah, we can get you that exact number for the over-the-road out-of-town transports. And then if you want to know the average mileage that they're doing a month, we can get that for you as
So,
well.
so of the 14 guys, you're only getting 6 patrols.
Yes, sir. That's what we're trying to average a year, is 5 to 6 on patrol.
And then the other 8 going somewhere else?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When you do the upfitting of the jail vans, do they receive this exact same equipment as a patrol?
No, sir.
Tahoe?
No, sir. Very minimal equipment.
That's what I would think,
Yeah,
yeah.
cages, yeah. Very
Some
minimal.
lights, some,
Yes, sir.
yeah. When refresh my memory, when we transport like an MHMR to Vernon, something like that, we go in unmarked, don't we?
Correct.
Because I think it's what the law requires, isn't it, unmarked?
Right.
Yeah.
Mental health division deputies drive the unmarked.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Other questions for,
I guess my last question would be for y'all, if you had to prioritize and we couldn't get everything, would you have a priority list? I'm not saying we can't, because we're not there yet, but would y'all have a priority list, Sean?
So my priority is on all of them, Commissioner, and I'll tell you that because my priority is trying to keep the
I
fleet.
understand. Our priority's
Yeah.
finding $20 million, so.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I understand. I'm just trying to get the fleet back in a good order where it lowers our maintenance cost.
Have we gotten behind?
We had gotten behind, yes, sir.
With
Behind
14,
now?
with 14 a year?
No, 14 a year is what's getting us back on track.
And how long have we been doing that?
3 years? Sound about right, Judge?
I think so.
Yes, sir.
Like you said, 24,
Well, we got behind because of no fault of our own, though.
right.
Because of the chip shortage, the shortage of vehicles.
But didn't we double up then one year? Did we move it over and double up?
We moved over, doubled up.
Did we, Francis?
We didn't do
I'm
it.
sorry, I'm still trying to count.
Did we
ours.
did we
Moved
double up
over.
one year because we didn't get them one year?
No, sir.
Move the money over?
They're not double up if you ordered them, but if you receive them in the next year, you have to have budget to pay for them, I mean, the next year, so.
That transfers it over.
Yes. I mean, you didn't spend it in 1 year, so,
Yeah, but I'm just saying, we were able to continue that 14 the next year by getting those vehicles that we didn't get during that,
yes.
okay.
Ordered it.
We didn't lose those
Order them.
14,
Right.
Correct.
okay.
Can one person do all the work on that fleet?
Mechanics wise,
Uh-huh.
we were going to ask for another mechanic this year, but we saw how personnel was. So we held off another year. But yeah, we're at the point where we're going to need 2 mechanics.
And you use inmates as well.
We do, yes, sir. So we use trustee labor.
So for the last 9 years, Francis, you gave us a number. Can you,
Yes.
from 9 ago to present, give us that by year? Do you have it offhand?
Just 1 sec.
Because one of them's gonna look really big, because we end up doubling up, which kind of skews the picture.
You know, while we're waiting on that, and just looking at your fuel, oil, and gas, with this new, the state tax being deferred, we're gonna get a little money back in our overall budget. Amen. So, and that, you know, with that, maybe that's also something that the software brings us, is how much fuel, oil, and gas we use.
Have y'all been able to estimate that yet? The savings off
No.
state taxes? Okay.
And so you were looking at like 9 years ago, so I've pulled up our assets from that time, and I'm seeing that the sheriff's office jail, we're at 121, and that was just at the end, a snapshot in time at 9/30/2017. And so now, that number being 160, 172, what did I say earlier? 176. Does that seem right? So it has grown about 50 vehicles from 2017 to this point in time in 2025. But like I said, however, when you have at the end of 2017, did you have vehicles sitting for auction? Do you have vehicles sitting for auction now? So there's those, so I think it's something just that we need to go in like with a fine tooth comb and y'all could help us to kind of separate those vehicles into what they're being used for. Did they replace something? Because those are things that are hard from our records to know. So I'm sorry,
You don't have it broke down year by year then? How many we bought each year for 9 years?
Yes, purchased?
Huh?
Yes. So are you wanting like a total? I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
not a total, a year by year.
Okay,
It'd be about
so
If you average it out,
if you average it out, let's see, about 16 per year.
5 per year.
8 per year?
Yeah,
5
so
or 6
since
per year.
2017. And so that's why we said
But
when
that
you look,
also includes our forfeitures,
that is just, I think that's just purchased,
or is that just?
that were budgeted,
That's
yes,
about
sir.
Or for purchase?
15 years, about right on purchase.
And so, forfeitures are
Or
something
adding
completely
about 5 cars a
different.
year to the fleet in total, net. Whether it's y'all or the other, is this all the vehicles or just the sheriff?
All the vehicles.
All the vehicles?
Yes,
So
under
it's just, y'all aren't.
under their realm.
under their domain, it's all SO,
Like vans.
comes out of their
It's all
budget.
of,
Comes
it's
out of their
all,
budget.
It's maintenance, it's
it's all
vehicles.
maintenance of
maintenance is
equipment.
No,
That's what,
she didn't do maintenance.
Maintenance of buildings will be completely separate.
okay, well.
Oh, so this is just sheriff's
I
department?
asked if it was just, okay, never mind.
Maintenance of equipment.
Not the patrol units, but the vans and everything included. So.
Right.
And that's where, from our side, it's hard for us to know when we look at a vehicle, what they're using it for. That's completely out of our realm, so it's hard sometimes to know. But, it's just hard to pull, get answers quickly for some of those.
And it's
but-
hard to take a snapshot of
We would
one
love
day.
to.
Like, for instance, right now on the books, we show 9 more vehicles because that's the vehicles we have at Upfitter currently. Well, as soon as those get back and we start transition, that's 9 more that'll go to auction.
Yeah.
So we have
Yeah.
18 in a spot where we really only have 9.
Got a net 9.
So that's,
So out of the total number, again, under you guys' control, how many of those are take-homes?
I show about 107 take-homes.
107.
Out of the 107, how many patrol units are that, you think, actually patrol deputies take home?
There's about 42 deputies in patrol, 42 in patrol.
Okay. So half of them aren't on patrol, they're just higher-ups and on-call
Investigators.
Investigators or.
But this software, bottom line is, we ought to be able to tell how many vehicles we have at any given
Absolutely.
point.
Yes.
I mean, that's something that we really do need to know
Well, we can
as
tell
a
you
county.
that too, but it's just like.
But you have to pull it out a bunch of different places, don't you?
Well, no, but just, when you're talking about what's sitting to be replaced, what's not, that's where they have to speak
We would
on
be
that
able to
with
tell
their
you
software.
active
I am.
vehicles, what's going to
But-
auction.
But the bottom line, on this day, we have X number. Now, X number of them are going to be auctioned off, but bottom line, on this day, they're still ours.
Right.
Yes, yeah,
Still
we hold
ours.
the title.
And we're paying insurance on them or whatever, but,
Yes.
so that's the number I think at some point would be real
Majority of
advantageous.
them are being driven in,
Yeah, advantageous for us, is to know on any given day, how many vehicles from all the department and offices.
Sure, we can pull
our
that every
county,
day. You just,
With the
that's
new
on our asset ledger.
software. We don't want you to have to manually go in there and do it, but with the
No,
new
no,
software.
no. So our software, we are the keeper of the asset ledger. Like everything has to go through us, asset-wise. So when something is disposed of, that's why transfer forms, when it comes to you to court, are very, very important. And so we're keeping that asset ledger because we have to keep up with depreciation, and it's a big, big number on our financial statements. But on the other side, when I tell you there's 100 vehicles, 10 of those are, y'all have
can tell
got
you
ready
where
to go
they're
to
at.
surplus.
Yeah.
Those are the things that they're.
And I
rebuilding.
understand that's
Yeah.
important to know.
Yeah, but just know that
But
with
for
the
the
asset
county,
ledger's kept up.
county-wise, I think it's also important for us to know today, how many vehicles do we have on record, does this county own right now?
Yes,
Right now.
that's what we keep.
Yeah.
what we're concerned with is how large our fleet is becoming and how much money we're spending on that fleet. And if it's excessive or not. I think that's what we're,
Yeah.
bottom line, trying to get to, so.
And it's good to know the management practices on how y'all deal with it, which you explained that well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else?
No?
All right, appreciate y'all's time.
Absolutely.
Good report.
Y'all.
I know this with the limited personnel y'all have, y'all do a really great job of keeping up. It amazes me that y'all have that few. I know you get some trustee help, but not a whole lot.
They also help a lot of outside agencies too.
Yeah.
that,
Yeah,
that's
come in there and bring
amazing.
stuff. so
Appreciate that.
He's been one of the hardest workers that I've known of since I got here at the county.
Yeah.
He is a very good employee.
A lot to do.
Yeah. And Michael, you do a good job with them, and Sean, y'all do a good job with
Thank you, sir.
what you got.
I agree.
We need to
Barry, we'll get that
clarify
information
this
to
number
you.
up here. So you had given two options for software. And so this was the one that was 98,763 one time, and then the 16,
So we need to change it.
17,000. Was that, were y'all recommending that? the
Yes,
other
we're
option?
recommending the second option.
The second option,
That
okay.
would be the 55 plus the 21.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's the total, so whatever that, can you give us that total real quick?
So Haley's got it.
I just updated
Oh,
it.
okay.
Yes. I just need confirmation.
Well, the other one was just 98 and didn't have the 983 in it either, did it? That, it says, where's the total for that software? Which line are we talking about?
Bottom, 77.2, but it shouldn't be 77.2, should it?
Was the initial cost
Initial cost was 5,000,
5,500?
510.80.
And then
That was my bad.
21,
I thought you said
20,
55,000.
No. And then 21,196.80 was the annual.
Yeah, it's better.
Sorry.
yeah, it's a lot better.
Yeah, you get an 18-year return to break even. That's not, I'll take that anytime.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
27.
27, yeah, 590,
That
80 cents is
includes-
the,
That includes 5,500, 21,000 plus the 1,200 for the current.
Until y'all
Until we
Gotcha.
transfer, yes.
Perfect.
Oh, okay, you gotta run dual till you get it transferred over. Okay.
Right, yeah.
Okay, okay.
because that software will run out at the end of October, I believe, with our current license.
License with that
leave
software?
the full cost there.
Hopefully we
Then next year we
Yeah.
can drop that off.
drop that off, correct.
Very good.
No, it's okay.
Thank y'all very much.
Sir.
Thank you. See you later.
I'm not sure.
Okay, Francis.
Okay. Yeah, I can catch Michael, yeah. So, and I apologize about, like, I can pull whatever numbers, I guess I just need to know exactly, and we just need to dig in some more with the sheriff's office there. But of course, we can always pull just assets at any given point in time.
Yeah.
Do y'all want to, I know last week we had looked a little bit at how many vehicles, that chart of how many vehicles have been bought each year for each department. I don't know if y'all want to hover on that anymore or just,
Well, I think
Go ahead and
Mr.
just move on.
Jones was, what bottom line is want to know, net, number of vehicles today compared, in other words, what's our trend been? Is it growing faster than the department's growing? Or slower? And, the department's growing because is it growing faster than the population? And, those kind of broad
This-
factors, but,
Let us pull all that in more detail and then work on that.
right.
Well, the other thing we have to look at is all the other requests. Are we gonna keep them in the budget or not?
And and we can go ahead and go to that if y'all want to now. I had it on our list today.
Excuse me, say it again, Commissioner.
All other.
Well, there were several departments and officers that made requests for vehicles
Yeah,
beyond
you're right,
SO.
yeah.
And we need to decide if that's something we're going to do or not do.
Okay,
Do we want to go, we can go ahead and go to that if y'all like to keep the conversation vehicle related.
think so.
Take your time. Can we pull up the capital outlay list, the one that's sorted by vehicles? Sorry. We're gonna go ahead and continue there. So this is Department 7920 in your spreadsheet, but then we had sorted it in a little bit different way, just to kind of break it down by vehicles and, more IT-related requests, other types of requests, just to kind of make it a little more digestible. So here on the screen, we have this top part, and so,
Oh, no, sir. Thank you, thank you.
He don't drink water.
sorry.
I'm not gonna pitch it.
Hit me in the head.
That's always my stigma, offset yours.
Well, it didn't look good the other day, I'll say that.
I posted it. It looked pretty good.
13, 14.
Grab a cup of coffee while you're on it.
Okay. 258.
Hang on, just, I'm not gonna break, but I'm gonna get a cup of coffee.
While y'all are doing that, digging into that, I still have a hard time looking at 2024, if these numbers are right, and then the year before, the year after. The year before 2024, we bought 21, it shows here. The year after 2024, or that'd be this year, we got 19 budgeted, but 2024, we show 28. 28 vehicles. How, if we were keeping up with everything, did we end up with doubling up that one year when the year before we had 12, the year after that we had 6, or this year 16? How did we end up with 28?
This was just timing. And then,
I think were they what we had in the budget?
But I mean, we didn't,
Say-
if we had this been this year, shouldn't we have had fewer than that year?
That may have been what was budgeted, because then like
Do you see what I'm
in
saying?
2024, we had to budget for the ones in the prior year. We'll get you more
that's correct.
detailed information.
This is what was budgeted, and so it's showing what we budgeted. We budgeted to receive 12, and so in 2024, we had to budget to receive more because we didn't receive it.
That's 16 more than that year. You mean to tell me we were 16 under?
Well, we didn't receive those, and so.
So that's
this
just
is-
budgeted,
this is
that's
as-
not
this
actual,
is
that's
just
not actual,
budgeted
that's
as
not
of-
actual vehicles we received
No,
then?
sir, this is as of 10/1, what we
Okay, well,
budgeted.
that's not really a valid.
That's why we're gonna pull
really not
more
a-
detailed information. You're in the budget binder, so you're looking at what's budgeted.
What perspective you're looking at.
I was looking at actual vehicles we got that year.
Yes,
Yeah.
and that's what we will.
Yeah,
we will be
that's a much
correct.
truer number to me, but, okay, that's just where it just made no sense. So what now?
It's when I'm like, I can't say this many is, there's some weird things in there, details too that you can't. So I think I was expecting them
Just to help out.
Okay, so in this request, there are 19 vehicles total, and one golf cart. I'll just leave that one off the conversation for the moment. So 19. So there are 14 for the sheriff's office, which is that consistent number they have been
Standard
asking
number.
for. And then there are 5 that are not to replace vehicles, but are up and above what we currently have. So that would be 1 for Constable 5, 2 for the DA, and 2 for IT. And so I believe Traverse, all of the ones up and above what we currently have for IT, the DA and the constable, those were all Traverse requests, just for conversation's sake. And they are different prices because they are different packages depending on what they're used for.
And we don't like, do we know if they're take-home vehicles or not? Anybody know that?
So the one for Constable 5, I was under the impression that it would remain there
Transport.
and only used for transport.
Okay.
The DA, I don't think they're take-home. I don't think we're taxing
That was
on
one of the
those.
things that
Yes.
he assured that they would not be take-homes.
I can go back
Okay.
to the list.
Yeah, thank you.
And then IT would not be taking those home.
Okay.
Well, I would think maybe I'm wrong, but for the DA, maybe not every day, but wouldn't there be some evenings that they would go out and do some investigative work? Are these for investigators?
They probably check them out, you know, and then they can use them for a
They do?
couple of days.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I've seen them do that.
Okay, well, I would think they would have to, at some point, do that.
Yeah,
Not every job ends at 5 o'clock.
that's true.
I think with 5, the comment that was made was, who's willing to give up mileage and drive this car all the time versus it sitting there and do about 55 miles a month? And that, am I correct, Judge?
You're correct.
And I believe the answer was they would rather have the mileage, wasn't it? Or did he say rather have the car?
No, I think
No, they'd rather have the car than the deputy.
Yeah, that was a
That
part
was-
of the
personnel.
deputy,
Yeah,
but I don't think they were willing, I don't think anybody wants to give up their mileage. That's something maybe we can check with them
yeah.
and see if it's, that other car was only driven like 55, 60 miles a month. And they're spending that much money on a new vehicle to sit there for no more usage than that. Somebody needs to give up mileage and use it.
If we're providing a car.
Yeah, if,
There's some of them that they're not asking for a car. They're
Right.
using their own mileage.
right.
So it sounds like that maybe tentatively you may be okay with it, but we would pull down one whole person's mileage from the mileage
Like the chief
reimbursement.
deputy, if he,
Ever who's
Drove
gonna,
this
ever who's gonna
Traverse
drive it
every day.
loses mileage.
yeah.
Correct. Okay. So we can help reach out to them and then,
If the chief deputy drove the Traverse every day and it was used when it was needed to transport and go pick up people, he'd have to give up his mileage, you know?
okay. Got it. Okay, so
If there's a good, reason that maybe we don't understand, I look forward to the explanation, but right now, where we're going seems like the right direction.
okay.
And it would seem to me that there could be coordinated efforts on having SO pick some people up instead of having to go and get them yourself.
Like getting SO to pick them up,
Right.
rid of attachments.
You would think in these instances that, I just don't know if they plan, if they work together or just choose not to, but, I'm sure there's time during the day that they're not call to call to call to call.
Yeah,
And if they've got somebody at a location needs to be picked up, I would hope that we're working together on that instead of just everybody building a
yeah, no, I think
empire or
I
something.
think we are, but we can clarify.
I guess that's something we could ask, SO if they're doing any pickups for constables
Yeah.
on attachments.
Major, did you hear that question? Guess not. We can come back to that.
Okay, we'll just put a pin there. And so then outside of the SO, the other two requests being the DA for 2 and IT for 2. Any thoughts on those? I know we heard from both of those, either department head.
Answered in the chat.
Okay,
Yeah, he just said yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
thank you.
You said what?
He said yes.
They do pickups for constables?
I don't know if he was saying yes to could he hear you or yes to the question.
Good point.
Sorry.
Which yes was that, Major?
Is it on this chat?
Well, I think it's, yes, they do, because I think it was said earlier too. or it was told to me by Chief Deputy or Major Ivy earlier. But we'll clarify that.
Thank you. Okay.
Here.
I'm available if y'all need something, gentlemen.
Okay, question is, do y'all, work with the constable sometimes on, picking up, folks, especially like after hours and all those things? Did I say that question right?
So are you talking about, do we transport for the constable, say like after hours?
Or during hours,
Or
either one.
during any time?
Yeah, if they request us to, but it's infrequent, I would have to get with Tim. I don't think that's a frequent request we receive.
Okay.
Okay, so y'all don't help them with writs of attachment for like, when they bring in a parent or a truant because they're not performing what they're supposed to? Y'all don't get very many of those requests from constables?
Yeah. There are going to be niche situations for something like that, Commissioner, but that's one of the reasons that I believe Precinct 5 wanted a vehicle, was to do things like that.
Okay. Everybody understand?
Well, then if, I do, but then that begs the question, all right, if they want a vehicle to do things like that, who's been doing it?
So they.
Well, their
they had
car's
them-
broke right now, right? So they
Yes.
probably were using the other, older Crown Vic, but I guess it's still.
But for 55 miles a month.
But what about all the other, what about the other precincts, the JPs that do truancies? What have they been doing all these years?
Well, like for me, when I was a school police chief, I took care of it myself, so I don't know if the ISDs take them themselves, ISD PD, because they have marked units with cages. So I'm not for sure about all that, but
Okay.
very seldom do I would say the constable deliver for truancy. I mean, there's other things, I'm sure.
Excuse me. Let's be clear on the question. Take a stab at it, Commissioner.
The question is, if you want the vehicle, who's going to give up the mileage?
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, is it consistent across all the different constables?
The mileage?
Yeah.
No.
Good.
You mean the reimbursable, the mileage that they get?
The budget.
Yeah,
I mean, of
budget.
course, they get the same reimbursement rate, but I think some, they,
A cap on it.
yeah, and I know their precincts are different sizes. They may be dealing with, I know
Different
that's something
issues,
they would have
different
to probably
issues.
speak on, but definitely not, they're not even across the board.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll come back there. Did you have any thoughts while we're here on the DA or the IT request? Or any questions?
Well, the DA made a pretty good case. And they're using a reasonably priced vehicle, and they've got a policy in place that they're used more like pool cars rather than take-homes.
And we're adding more ancillary locations that requires IT to go out also.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
I don't have an issue.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Any other thoughts?
I'm good with that. Do you want to visit the golf cart? Or are we gonna?
Now,
Yes, yeah.
Well, I mean, they've got it, I think there's time that could be saved by having, because a lot of them walk that distance down here. And it'd be a lot easier, especially if you got to bring equipment and there's no car available. And most of the time they do have to bring equipment, so I can see it being used on a regular basis. That's my opinion, so I'll leave it with that.
I agree. We are spreading them out and they're having to travel. And if it's weather related, you don't want somebody carrying their equipment in the rain and.
They'll have to,
Cold or heat.
they'll have to share that lane with all those hundreds of people that bicycle up
Bicycle.
and down Washington Avenue.
Now, they usually elevate most of
Oh, okay.
between Washington and Columbus there. Now it goes all the way.
Okay.
Okay.
Thought it was closed.
Guess we'll find out.
Yes, I have to use a Polaris Ranger to go over this one.
So we'll leave those in for now. We'll come back to
Okay.
Constable 5.
Okay, thank you.
And so now, jumping back to inside our departments and general fund, we have assessor collector
Yes, we do.
office, sorry. And so in the general fund, they have 4 departments. They start with 0590. And there were some increases that we talked through originally. Their operating budget increased by right over 28,000 in total between all 4 departments. And so 2 of the things that we wanted them to speak on were the upgrade to their Nemo Q system and then the request to increase the budget for the office move.
Okay.
So those 2 things, like specifically, were the ones that maybe we needed a little more information.
Okay, be happy to. Honorable Judge, Honorable Commissioners, Randy Riggs, Tax Assessor Collector for the citizens of McLennan County. I have my Chief Deputy here with me, Kathy Holloman. She is the one that can provide the details. So the Nemo Q, I hope all of y'all are familiar with the queuing system that we have at the tax office. We have had, over the last 5 years, an increase of about 20,000 people that come through the door. And just want to say thank you to you all, because you all have been a partner in investing in technology rather than human resource. And in my opinion, that saves us money, and that allows us to be more efficient and to continue along that. That's why we are requesting a upgrade in regard to our queuing system. What we have now is called the Gala system, and we want to upgrade to the Maverick system. So if I may, currently the system, what is needed to maintain the system is $13,589. We're asking for an amount of $30,509 in this budget year, and then next year the maintenance will be back to $13,573. So it'll actually be less. This 1 year is an increase of $16,920. What it allows us to do is it allows us to capture the work that is actually done. Right now, when somebody comes in, we can allocate them to a property tax payment, a registration, or a title. And sometimes they'll come in and they'll have 5 titles, or they'll have property tax payments for 28 properties, or register more than 1 vehicle. Well, they all have just that 1 ticket. So as we capture that information, we really don't know exactly the work that our clerks are doing. That's what this Maverick system is going to allow us to do, is to be able to allocate how many of each one of those areas is actually being addressed. So
Well,
that's,
it's an in-system capture as opposed to capturing it out front when somebody says, I need to register a vehicle. That's right now where it's captured,
right now what we're doing is we're capturing the type of transaction
but not the number.
so that we can best allocate that issue to the staff that's most proficient. And now it will allow us to know what each staff member is doing in regard to that.
On that end.
And better allow us to manage that individual, the amount of time it takes them to do the work. Right now, we see them spending a lot of time on one issue, and we have to wonder why, and we have to then evaluate that and look at that. It takes time to do that. And then we determine why that individual is taking more time on that. Was it that they had 5 titles, or was it that that individual needs a little bit of additional training? So by having this upgrade, it allows us to know exactly what that individual is working on, and then it allows us to better manage the person. I'm one that believes that you can manage an issue better when you can measure it.
Yeah, right now you're capturing it at the desk, and this software, the Maverick, you'll be able to capture information at the actual station.
That is correct. Now,
It's not an efficiency issue, it's a management issue. Is that right?
Well, it improves the efficiency through management.
They send it to the proficient, you send it to the proficient clerk, right?
We do that, and of course, we're able to look at the amount of training, whether it's
How much title work is actually being done? And I mean, how much, how much, or, because I know the system got all changed.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about HB 718?
Yeah, in regard to, we do titles for individuals. As you all can appreciate, we also do titles for dealers.
How many dealer titles are we doing?
I don't have that information now, but I do have the titles for last year were 60,564. We had registrations of 1.5 million. And when I see the numbers, I just wondered, we have that many cars?
Yeah,
in
I was going to say,
McLean
we
County?
have 1.5 million cars in McLean County.
We do. We do.
Wow.
Wow is right.
How many are in the state now?
How many cars?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I think that there's 273 people, 1.5 million cars. How many vehicles is that per person in McLennan County?
Too many.
You got fleets out there.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Right.
Let's not go down that rabbit.
Who's 6-year-olds driving around here in a vehicle is what I want to know.
You know, that's kind of what we're looking at. Now, we have been listening to some of the work that you all are doing. We hear how tight this year seems to be. Now, I'm the mean tax collector, so I look at the amount of increased property and see the increased revenue, and I'm thinking, okay, how in the world are you short money? But that's in my little bubble of not knowing everything that you all are dealing with. So we're sensitive to that. So we have looked at how can we be a better neighbor in regard to this issue? And with doing this, it would be the downtown office and both of the substations. If we would just do it in the downtown office, which is where the most volume is, it would only be an increase of $6,249. So rather than the $16,920, saving us about $10,000. We're willing to do that just to be able to gain the ability to better manage our office.
So you're saying what the price quoted first included the substations?
Yes.
Correct.
And so that's about 10,000 difference? I'd rather leave the substations in myself for that
What-
amount.
One of the ways we use this also that the Maverick system will help with is, Anna will tell you that we use a lot of metrics in our evaluations. And we compare errors against transactions processed. And we don't have a good denominator because we don't necessarily know if we're just going by the numbers from the NEMO queue. It also will help if we need to make changes in queues or anything else, we have to reach out to NEMO queue and wait for them to do it. With the Maverick system, it's customizable by us. Our reports are customizable, and we can change the queues as the needs change. It took us like 2 months to add bilingual and ADA queues last year. Just because of going through their system, and they're so busy. They primarily do healthcare. There's a lot of queuing in other places in healthcare, but you know, they're getting more and more into the motor vehicle market.
Kathy, and I love the fact that you guys do the matrices with your evaluations, and we recognize that, and of course, very appreciative of how y'all handle that. But I agree with Commissioner Smith, if you're gonna evaluate downtown people on that, and that has a say in their evaluation, then you should have everybody under the same system.
We're great
We would
with
prefer
that.
that, yeah.
Do you send, like, if somebody's out in the rural areas or the substations, do you send people from downtown out there where they can log on if there's, like, people on vacation?
We normally have a set staff in each one of the substations, but as you can appreciate,
Yeah.
we all have absenteeism. And when that does happen, yes, we make sure that that's covered.
Well, that's what I'm saying, if that person goes out there and that system's not on that substation, then it's kind of, it could skew your work.
A lot of times, the person that's doing the work doesn't really understand the intricacies of the system.
Sure, yeah, okay.
people will go to any of the offices, depending on, I mean, we have power outages and internet outages
Right.
occasionally, more at West and McGregor than downtown. But, of course, if RTS is down, then we can't process anywhere.
Sure. Okay.
But we do, the majority of the increase for our office is those smart lockers. And that has worked out really well with the implementation of HB 718.
And that's for the dealers, you're talking about the smart.
That's for the
dealers?
dealers, yes, yeah.
Now, I can tell you, I don't think there's any dealer in our county that likes what the state did, and we'll join them on that. It doesn't seem to be, they wanted to eliminate fraud. Well, as you
That was the
know,
purpose.
fraud is going to happen in anything that you do. It just takes time for them to figure out the system.
They'll get one step ahead again, won't they?
And so here we're doing metal plates, in my mind, costing more money. But I'll
What-
get off my soapbox because it's a state issue.
What happens to the metal plates once permanent plates come in for a vehicle?
Well, they're supposed to return those to somebody.
Yeah, okay, that was my question. Who gets them? Who gets them?
Well, the permanent plate is given at the time the car is purchased. So the temporary plates are only for us, or if it's like Tesla gives two 30-day permits when you buy one. And so they'll give another sticker for the metal plate, because the temporary have a sticker on them. Get back to the old system with an expiration date
okay.
with a sticker.
Okay, temporaries have,
can make it.
they
I
get the
can make
metal plate, but it has a temporary sticker on it.
Yes, except if it's a regular new car.
We all
then
remember
they're
those
gonna get
days,
the
right?
regular plate. And the temporary plates are very colorful depending on how long they last and what kind they are.
Well, trailers still have those, right?
With the sticker,
The
yes.
sticker, yeah.
Yes, they were the only ones
You
that
gotta put a
did.
razor blade
Back to
cut.
the razor blade.
Back in the day,
Not
yeah.
even.
Right.
I think we all remember those days.
Well, and the state was initially saying that you had to bring it back. Now they're saying the plate stays with the vehicle. So if somebody sells a vehicle, then the plate goes with it.
We're very sensitive to the work that we do with our dealers. We have almost 300 dealers in the county, and we want to be of service to each one of them. As you can appreciate, each one of them is different and unique. And so we try to be as flexible as possible with each one of them to make sure that they're able to do business. primarily.
And do they come in daily?
Some do.
Daily? So I was curious, how many on a daily basis? Y'all seeing 50, 60 dealers a day? Because there's a lot of vehicles being sold around here.
I could tell you roughly, yeah.
The franchise dealers come in daily. We have 57 slots for them to pick up their stickers. We rarely have more than 2 or 3 open at the end of the day when we fill them, and they have 24 hours to pick them up. So,
A lot of times they will not,
in the locker, yes.
a lot of times they will not get paid until the paperwork is done. So there's a high
There's an
interest
urgency
in
there.
getting that done, and we don't want to get in the way, or we don't want the state to get in the way. It's really the state that's getting in the way. So we do what we can to make sure that we're able to accommodate their needs as best we can.
Once their batch is finished, an email goes out to them with a code, and then they come in and they put that code in the smart locker.
And that's even
And-
for the small ones also too.
And then the door just opens slightly. It doesn't hit you in the head, Randy. And,
I was worried about liability initially, because those things just kind of pop open.
and then that's how they know which one. And then they just take their stickers and go on their merry way, which is really good because there was a little snag in the start on the state's part. And so we're having to process everything that was sold before June 30 in the office. So we're still really busy with walk-ins as well.
Y'all are always welcome to come by and take a look at it if you'd like to.
I want to get a knot in my forehead. I don't know.
No, you'd have to stand really close.
All right, we're good. Maverick sounds good to me.
great.
I always like Brent Maverick anyhow.
Did too.
Brett Maverick.
You're going back a ways.
I would say you're showing your age, but
I show it every day, so I don't, that doesn't bother me.
I'm a Top Gun Maverick.
Or you're,
Also, so
it's
we're
too
middle
young.
generation.
there you go. The other issue that we were asked to address is primarily what we've understood is that there may be a need for some furniture in regard to an expansion. As you all, most of you all know that we have equipment in closets. We are in desperate need of space, and I hear that you all have been addressing that, which is just thrilling to us. Talking with TJ, and not to throw him under the bus, but he mentioned that there may be a possibility where we would expand our offices. If we do that, a lot of the space where our people are in built-in cabinets or plywood, and if we're putting them in offices where they really need to be, then they would need some office furniture. And we're just trying to eyeball it as best we can and put an amount on there. And that's what that amount represents. Kathy, you have anything further on that?
No, we have furnished a few offices recently, and we do it for under $3,000. So we can get a lot of offices for what we've put into our budget. But we really do need the space.
And I guess that would be the space committee's decision on who moves where.
Well, it'd be the court.
Finally, it would be, but I
Yeah.
mean, they make the recommendation.
Yeah, the recommendation, I think, was, Dustin,
The
you
Space
on?
Committee hadn't talked to,
Pardon me?
you haven't been a part of the meetings?
I
or-
have not. I'm not a part of the committee, and I've had conversations with TJ more casually, but not officially.
Yeah, I
Well,
think,
and TJ and I had gone over and met with Randy and Kathy multiple times in the past few years and talked about that we were looking at bumping into the engineering office space at one time, taking some of that space over, and then when the 2124 North 25th Street building became available, that's when the thought was with the auditor's office relocating, engineering moving to the basement, and then allowing the tax office to expand through that area.
On our next department head and department head reports, can we get a report from the space
Yeah.
about what their, about what the plans are for
just kind of
that?
wanted to
Because
give you,
there's a,
the space committee comes up with ideas. Once office space is granted, the space committee does not tell them, here's how you're gonna use it. It's just the concept of, we've got extra space, can the tax assessor use it? Great. And then we're out. We don't tell you how you have to set it up and all that good stuff, so.
Well, we're thrilled just to have it discussed, because it's sorely needed in our operation.
That one thing I'll tell you, Randy, is, and I've told this every department office, so not picking on you, is we always go from a lesser space to a bigger space. And I encourage everyone, and I know you will, because I know how you beat it down, to utilize every bit of equipment you can use on the move and not just request new equipment because we're moving into new space.
Yeah.
Make maximum use of what you have now.
Please come look at our office again, and you'll see how
I understand that.
I choose to reuse.
It's just
Absolutely.
a statement I've made across the board.
And every once in a while, there's somebody in my office that wants to send it off to auction. It's like, no, we can reuse that. Let's hold on to it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I hear you loud and clear and completely agree.
Thank you.
But there is going to be.
Well, when you've got built-in
When you
kiosks,
have nothing.
you can't,
Gotta have
I don't know
something.
how that's gonna work.
Exactly.
I would mention that some of the stats that Randy gave, that he said that we've increased about 24,000 over 5 years in the number of walk-in customers that we are serving. The average employee serves about 6,000 or a little less than that per year. So because of the way we've managed the office and the efficiency that we've gained through the NEMO Q system and putting the information desk out there, where we're issuing fewer tickets for people to just walk up and ask questions. The information person can answer a lot of questions. I mean, you could look at that, like, we've avoided having to add 4 people.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is just because of the investment that you all have made in technology, and I just cannot tell you thank you enough. I think it's a partnership that we work well together, and appreciate you all, and I trust you all to manage the finances of the county and understand, and that's why we're looking at the bottom line and seeing how we can help in any way.
I appreciate it. I've been here all my life, and I like walking in and doing my business. I don't very seldom mail anything in or anything like that. So the efficiency that y'all have made to the changes has been fantastic.
Well, I'm talking technology, but talking on the human side, I have great people.
Yes.
And I'm very thankful for that and the team that I have.
What is it that you used to be able to go to, was it like HEB or something and do something?
You can do that.
Still can.
What is that? Now, is that register your vehicle?
It's called a limited service deputy, and they
does that go
register
back
the
to y'all
vehicles.
then, the information?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. We have to pay them, I'll just go ahead and tell you, $1 for every registration. And initially, I didn't like that until HEB was talking about pulling out, and then I looked at how much volume they did and how much it would cost me to replace that. Then that $1 sounded pretty good.
Okay. Okay.
You have to have your green slip to go to HEB, though.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else on there?
No, I think that covered the, those increases and what we couldn't explain from our point of view, so.
Okay. And Randy, since I've been in county business and going to tax stuff, I've been asked to serve in different positions and all that, and I chose not to because I wanted to focus right here. But I do appreciate you serving in the capacity you're serving on because we do need representation in there. I just didn't want to do it.
Bottom line.
Yeah, that's the bottom line.
I understand. And I think even at the national level, you represent us, so we appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think it's more of a commitment than what we realize, because
Yeah, it is.
there are opportunities to get involved, but when you do, you better be ready to answer the bell.
Yeah.
Well, and I will tell you that a tax assessor has never served in that capacity, and so I'm the first one, and.
What did you tell
Don't
them
screw
you
it
are?
up, whatever you do. What'd you say?
I said, so what did you tell them you are?
What did you do wrong?
Well,
He's an imposter.
exactly. But I do believe that being at the table and hearing issues that others from the entire county do face is very beneficial. And, I understand the job that you all do, and, thank you for your service, because it's a labor of love in a sense, and I think that's all of our offices.
I would say we try to keep our sanity, but I'm past that. It's more trying to keep my sense of humor now. I've already lost the rest of it.
Yeah.
All we got left.
Well, training is very important, and that's a lot of what the Texas Association of Counties does.
You bet.
And I highly encourage each one of you all to go to North and East next week and
Be there.
soak it in.
It's not a very far drive.
Got no excuse for that, do we?
Always a plus when it's at home, right?
Unfortunately, I have to go to Lubbock, right in the middle of it, but anyhow. All right, thank y'all very much.
Appreciate y'all.
All right.
If we have other questions, we'll give you a call.
Thank you. Appreciate you all.
Thank you.
y'all.
All right, anybody need a break?
Not necessarily. It's up to y'all.
Just
It-
get a cup and, will you do?
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay. When we come back, is there a specific,
Recording stopped.
is there a specific amount that you requested in the budget for the move?
A few more small things we want to, I shouldn't say small, but smaller requests within the general fund before we go back to some larger topics. I'd like to go back to Department 1455. That is the specialty courts. And we went over this, but I just had a little more information than I had the first time, so. In this department, in professional services, there was an increase. And so in the realm of specialty courts, they have on their team, they have a defense attorney that sits with their team for each case. And so it's one attorney for each: recovery court, vet court, mental health court. Recovery and vet, they meet once per week. Mental health meets every other week. Their current daily rate, so it covers the whole day, is $125 for those defense attorneys. They would like to bump that up to $200. And so based on the number of times that those courts meet, the budget there, $26,000, is using the formula, number of times they meet per year times $200 per day.
This is
So
a day rate, not
it's
an
a
hourly.
daily rate, yes, sir.
And do they use them all day long?
I guess as long as they need. It probably
Yeah.
depends from case to case, but
It's cheaper than I have to pay for ad litem.
Amy said it covers the court session and anything else.
Anything else?
Outside of that.
And they
that
want to go
session.
from 150 to 2?
From $125 to $200.
Would they settle for 175?
And so that's something that runs through like an invoice. It's not something that's through payroll or anything like that.
And I'm assuming if they show up and work 2 hours, they still get the full
Full day,
day.
Yes, yes.
2 hours at.
as opposed to an hourly rate.
Wow, that's pretty cheap.
That's true with all
No
of
doubt.
defense attorneys and their flat rates.
At the same time, it's one of those deals, I understand where they're coming from, but I'd be curious to know how often they're there the whole day.
What?
I doubt they're there.
No, I doubt it. That's $75. What percent,
So-
off of one and a quarter, $75 is a pretty good percentage increase.
So yeah, so definitely something they have to continue to
Yeah, they don't have.
Oh, no doubt.
operate. It was just the increase in that daily rate that was bringing that budget up, so.
And is it the same attorney every time for each court?
No.
Oh, it's different, they pull from different attorneys, a pool or something?
Yes.
Pretty stinking low rate to begin with, honestly.
I pay $500 flat fee for ad litem. Sometimes they go over it's more than 5 hours in some of these, but generally it's probably a little less than that. But they have to do background search. Sometimes they have to actually pay somebody else to do some data research on especially determination of airship. And so that is, it's much cheaper than those attorneys' daily hourly rate. But it's a steady business, that they come in.
Well, what's your thoughts, Judge?
I think this is a cheap deal at 200, and
Pretty good deal for the county.
yeah, it's a good deal for the county.
I was just surprised it was 125 to start with,
That's
honestly.
good for that.
Yeah, and so we got to running out of attorneys because we weren't paying, they've got so many hours a day that they can bill, and so anyhow, that's, to me, speaking relatively from what I'm doing in our court, this would be worth it, because you don't, if you, all you get is attorneys that don't have any business, if you get down too low, and, or you can't get anybody. And, so we've been in a big recruitment effort to try to find more folks to be ad litems, and the good thing is, some of the ones that we've been using have understand what the bind we're in, and they're stepping up and committing to do more, and they're very good attorneys. I mean, they're very good at what they do, and, their regular billing rate's probably, $300 an hour, and that.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
So they only came up $11,000 total from last year. So, because they cut some other stuff, furniture and some other stuff came down a little bit, so.
They're running.
The only question I have is, there's only been You're only projecting $4,000 to be used this year?
So some of these costs are absorbed into grants, and then those,
Oh, okay.
yes. And so those grants change every year, and so the general fund will pick up that cost this
So,
year.
so the total they were asking for increase was 139,498? Or what am I looking
That
at?
was personnel.
Oh, that's a person, well, they're not considered, okay, that's contracted services. So how much is the addition, what's the difference?
This line specifically is $14,000.
Okay. All right, so they.
You see what I'm talking about? They're only gonna spend $4,000 this year.
Oh, a lot of the times the grant runs up and then at the end of the year is when the general fund has to pick up. So it's kind of hard to
Okay.
really project.
Oh, okay.
At this department, a lot of their costs are wrapped up into grants. I know what we're seeing is just a very small slice, really, of what was entailed.
Okay, and so we're dealing with just personnel right now, what you're saying, or just with that
No.
one line item?
Just that one line item.
Okay, so then what was the increase?
So the increase there,
$140,000.
that is again, grant adjustments between the funds. So grants going away, grants being used for different things. And so I know there was one that was dwindling year after year that we've been increasing this general fund budget. But no change to personnel, it's just how it's funded.
And I don't know whether this.
And again,
affects-
that's where you get into the, oh, sorry.
Well, I don't know if this affects it or not, but you remember there was a hold on a lot of these grants by the administration, and some of those are being released now. I don't know if that's affected in there or not.
It hasn't, but I know they're being very leery of,
Going forward.
going forward and making sure that what we put to a grant and what we don't, that we're really leveling it out to where if something did occur, we would be prepared.
Yeah.
To keep moving, but so far so good. We haven't had any
Okay.
negative correspondence on
Right.
that yet.
Okay.
So, again, just wanted to give you a little more information there, that I didn't have that first day. Next, I need to go to Department 1420. This is 54th District Court. This is Judge Kelly. And so this is, this was an increase to furniture and equipment. And again, I think I just want to make, I don't think we really ever had like a consensus on this, so just didn't want to overlook it. But there was an increase there, and it was to finish the jury area of that courtroom in this current courthouse, of course, plus updating other areas of the courtroom and the offices. And so I don't think there's, I guess there's no set quotes with that as of yet. That's something they're working towards, but that was placed in this budget request, so I want to.
Is that court gonna move across the street?
No,
Yeah,
they're
they
staying.
Oh, they're staying.
They're staying there.
So, just some thoughts on that. Once we finish and the move's made to go over across the street where all the courts that are going, we're gonna have to come back and we're gonna have to kind of reconfigure and do some improvements in this courthouse. And I think that's the time we look at those kind of additions. All in one package. It would probably be in another bond or the tail end of the existing bond, but it would be next budget year when we start looking at that. And, Commissioner's courtroom could move, and there's different ideas on that. And so the fact that we're providing a brand-new courtroom across the street, that if she wanted to, she could move over there to it. But she does not want to, and so we're trying to accommodate that wish, but on the other side of that, accommodate us with our plans. And so,
And so I think with that being said, and knowing that there's a lot of these requests that are, if we pull those out of this budget, and then, as they come up, we go to contingencies. If it's something huge, we go, like you said, to the bonds. But just knowing that there is a need that some of them are thinking will be on in the near future, so.
I'm kinda, if I'm hearing you right, we
Yeah.
need to wait,
Yeah.
not this year.
So
I'm not saying we don't do it. In fact, I'm probably support it but not in this coming year's budget.
But I think we all knew that, we all know that there'll be changes in this building.
Yeah.
And it'll have to be refit to some extent.
That's exactly right.
And if you could see all those changes outlined in one listing,
Yeah.
you
It'd be
know.
nice,
What is this I have right here?
instead of piecemealing it.
Yeah.
Doesn't make
This
sense.
page right here, general fund fiscal year 2026, where it shows the different courts, 13,000, 5941, 9. Is that personnel?
So
What are those
that's
increased as? That's all expenses.
That's just a collapsed version of all departments. So, but you're probably looking at an old version, so,
Okay, got a new version?
in the spreadsheet, but we can
In the
print you, we'll
spreadsheet.
print you
No,
one
it's
over
okay, I
lunch
can
for
print it
sure.
out. But I
We'll get
doubt
you-
any of it's gone down. So I'm seeing an increase of $5,189,880 on
Yeah, right.
July the 8th on request, budget increases. Have we gone through some of the larger items there already and
Yes.
every one of those?
We have made through our way through the majority of all of that now, which some of them we're summing up this morning. But yes. And I think I've heard, we'll bring this down to their, I guess, their normal furniture and equipment line, just for routine things and make it equal. And so then we'll come back to that if needed later in the year.
So this is total budget, personnel and furniture and equipment and everything else on this page I'm looking at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's a lot of increase, $5,189,880. Of course, some of that's come out since we've talked, so I'd like to see an updated version. So
For what?
I need to go to the spreadsheet, print me out a new version.
Yeah, in that
of this General
spreadsheet,
fund.
it has been ever changing every day. We haven't made drastic changes, but here and there, just little things. And so, yes, that's always being updated. But we'll print you a hard copy over lunch, so that way you'll have one
Okay, that'd work.
Okay.
at lunchtime.
Okay,
Current-
thank you.
Current as of that time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we can check this one off. The other one, and I just happened to skip over this the day we went over departments, but it's for AgriLife Extension. It is Department 7660, 7660. So this department, the increase they had, and it was just, again, just didn't want to overlook anything. It was an increase to furniture and equipment of about $1,200, and it was to replace one of their computers. And so they purchased through the A&M system, that network. And so that's why that runs a little bit different outside of our usual IT assessments. And so, again, that's their
What's it?
replacing one of.
A&M computer? They buy computers from A&M?
Yes, they buy through their,
Got a John Deere motor.
You just got to run backwards.
I could make a lot of
I wasn't
comments,
going to say anything, Judge. I'm glad you said something.
but I think they buy in bulk and then they
They do.
all, big operation there, but that runs a little different. Again, just
Sure.
making
yeah.
sure everything's
Makes
very
sense, yeah.
transparent there.
Same with you, Judge.
But nothing up and above in addition, just replacing.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Now I hate to keep coming back and back to it,
No,
but
go ahead.
capital outlay that we just were on the vehicles, I've reached out to Constable 5 and I haven't heard back yet, of course. But John Carter with IT, he had mentioned that he would be willing to spread the purchase of those two Chevrolet Traverse over 2 years. So just do one next year and then one in 2027, and then to pull the golf cart request. And so he made that suggestion. And so I think he spoke on the need of that, and you've seen the need. But he just said that was definitely something.
Run that by me again. He's choosing to give.
So he would pull the golf cart request, and then he would buy one Traverse next year.
One and not two.
And then one in the next year.
And buy the next one.
Hey, honestly, I don't think the golf cart is gonna,
No.
and I see a bigger need for it, quite honestly, than I do one of the Traverses.
Okay.
So I don't know how y'all feel, but I think you need that golf cart.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with pulling one.
agree.
I don't have a problem with pulling one
he
Traverse
definitely
and
needs
keeping the
them.
golf cart. I may need a ride, is the reason I'm saying that,
Yeah.
so.
So I think he was just trying to make some accommodations, you know.
They're not busy, they're
There's
courtesy
a
vehicles,
consensus,
parking lots.
there's a consensus to go with his recommendation,
Okay, so we'll just leave that as
his
is.
offer.
His offer.
Oh, the one, okay.
Yeah, one and one.
Traverse.
One golf cart, one Traverse.
Yeah,
Got it. Thank you, John.
need to keep, Commissioner Smith out of the rough.
That's right. No comment.
Okay, so we have consensus on most everything. We need to go back to outside entities. And it's one of those things too. I know we keep circling back. But there were some suggestions made and we talked about that earlier this week. But I think now we're just to where, I know the judge had mentioned maybe prioritizing and then looking at, okay, based on priority, do we want to accept the 2026 request? Do we want to go back to 2025? And just make sure we're all on the same page there. One thing I do need to point out on this list is that we did, as of yesterday afternoon, receive the next year's request for Waco Family Medicine. And so Haley has it pulled up there, and so their request is $841,656.
That's 30,000 more than right now.
Correct. So that is one change that we did not have when we first spoke about this. So where we left this when we last talked, and again, we had just kind of thrown these into categories the best we could. These categories aren't set in stone. It was just how we were working through them. But that top part, we had operating and what we called contractual obligations. So things that were pretty intertwined into our daily operations. And so there was an increase there of $416,589. And this includes our City of Waco programs. So this is where we can kind of dig into this a little more. I'm gonna give you a detail just specifically for City of Waco, because I know this has been where our topic has landed.
Thank you.
So kind of digging into this list more, if we just extract the City of Waco. And so on that sheet, I pulled history back to 2020. And so you'll see that with the 2026 request. And then on the bottom, just each contract runs a little bit different, so how those numbers are calculated. I wasn't even thinking. And so I know a lot of the questions have concerned the indirect costs that are included in these requests. And so I'll let some, I know some of you may have some more information on that as well, but I think what's been relayed to me is, that is a necessary part of those departments to operate. And so that is how they use those cost centers within their accounting within the city financials. And so, so those costs, of course, then we are paying a portion of those when we accept the requests that they've made.
And they even agreed in questioning that their probably way of budgeting is probably not gonna make a whole lot of sense to us, because we simply don't let departments charge departments for use, but it's still, at the end of the day, it's going to service. They had a good way. The biggest thing that came from the conversation with them is that we need to start working closer together on specific outside entity requests, and also have a better understanding of where we come in contact with each other in the budgets that maybe they're not aware of or we're not aware of. So the ones, in my opinion, that really aren't centralized dispatch.
Gotta have that.
gotta have it. And they could probably tell us, hey, if y'all weren't there, we
Y'all
could
wanted-
cut, we
yeah.
could cut 2 or 3 employees. Emergency management, there's OSSF. The only, what I would like to do is look at 23's numbers with regards to the shelter and the library. And then everything in the green discretionary line, go back to 23 numbers.
What, say that,
So with the city of Waco,
yeah,
I would like, the animal shelter in
Right.
23, of course, that's a big, it's a, where's the difference in that one?
Can I speak to that real quick, Ben?
You
while
go
you're
right
looking?
ahead, you go right ahead, sir.
On the animal shelter, I know one of the issues they had was on severing their relationship was how money was being spent. But evidently, we're getting hit more based on, what was it, 129 animals, I think it was? The actual intake by animal control for us, the number I think that was targeted was 129 out of the county. And that's, this was, I guess, this year, 2025, and I think they base it on a 1-month snapshot. That's like $13,037 an animal.
I think too, Francis and
That
Judge, help
seems
me.
high.
Is this the one that will level off and become more, isn't this the program we were talking about that they said there's gonna be a spike, but you should see a level off from?
well, so I thought our spike was in between 23 and 24.
I think it was in,
Or between 22 and 23, actually, if you look at these numbers.
Because we used to just pay, like, they would bill us
Right.
a very small amount.
I mean,
per
I
animal,
thought
so
we
completely
had
different.
leveled out at about between 100 and 125,000, and they request almost 200,000. So where in the contract, what does the contract say?
billing and payment. Computation, during the month of April of each year throughout the term of this agreement, the city shall review the total shelter budget and intake numbers for the previous 12 months. The total shelter budget amount will be reduced by the offsetting revenues for reclaim and animal care reimbursements that are part of the payments citizens make when they retrieve an animal. The net amount will be divided by McLennan County's proportionate share based on intake numbers, and then will be divided in 12 equal payments. But during the month of April, that's when they review the total shelter budget and intake numbers.
Which is breeding season.
So, yeah, so they look at 12 months,
Yeah, they're gonna look at their highest
Prorated.
month is what they're gonna do.
and then that's where that number is
Yeah.
calculated
And
there.
according to this, the actual intake by animal control, or brought in, ever how they do, I don't know, anyhow, was 129 animals from McLennan County, which is 6.43% of the intake. And this, at that time, was our current budget 172,497? Is our current budget 172,497?
Yes, so that number there, that was what was in the budget, the 101. We did not get it was just a lack of communication between the two entities, but we did not get a request last year or a request that was accurate. And so this is, Haley just typed in there, this is the amount that we'll actually end up paying this year, 172,500.
172.5, so, you know, I
Correct.
don't know how anybody else's math looks, but you divide 172.5 by 129, it comes out to about $1,337 per animal.
Because you're covering now all their operating cost, indirect cost, as well, so yes.
What's your idea then? What are y'all's idea about where do we want to be? What do we want to offer? What are we gonna appropriate?
Ben, clarify what you were saying.
So what I'm getting at is, I think we have to honor the OSSF Emergency management, centralized dispatch. I think we have to honor those requests this year, just because that's the service they're providing, right? We gotta, what if we kept the library at the 24 level numbers and use the difference to fund the animal shelter?
At 196, 470?
Yes, knowing that number, they did say it was a little higher this year, but it will level off and we should see a decrease going forward.
They feel Ryan was pretty confident that that would start falling off.
Did we pay for any of the movement of centralized dispatch from down on Fourth out to Hillcrest? Did we pay for any of that?
I don't recall we did, Commissioner.
I don't either, so, had we, that would have been probably
Yeah.
a much larger number, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So Haley, oh, sorry.
And is OSSF, is that based on a formula?
So what that is they look at all of the expenditures, and then they look at their estimated revenues coming in for the permits. And that difference, the county is liable for a portion. We've seen some years where the revenue far exceeded the expenditures, and so we haven't paid anything. You'll see there in 2022, in some of those really low numbers, revenue was exceeding expenditures, nothing billed to us. But the last few years, the expenditures have far exceeded the.
Yeah, I was
But
looking.
we are only liable for the portion that we budget. That is in the contract. So if you accept that $90,197, even if their expenditures were more than that, we would not be liable for any more.
Yeah.
Like I said, they're all in a little different system.
I'm good with Commissioner Perry's.
All right, say it again, Commissioner.
So we leave the OSSF program as is for requested 26, emergency management, the requested 26, centralized dispatch, the requested 26, and then what we do is we go back to 2024 library numbers and use the difference to fund the animal, because they're requesting the 1.3. We give the $1,075,191 and use that difference in there to help fund the animal shelter request, knowing that, and I believe Ryan and those guys are, that's gonna go down. We're not gonna see it stay at this level.
Yeah.
And I think maybe what we're doing is helping get over the hump of the transition from the
Right.
Humane Society to the city taking it over.
Right.
They had to increase pay for vet techs. He said they weren't keeping them, couldn't keep them, they weren't paying them enough. And so it's kind of like coming in, buying a business and getting inside and realizing it's not been run very well.
And then on public health, that one, we're in the contract through 2028, so.
Yeah, we're contractually obligated, but
And that one's formula-based population.
And that was the 841?
I think that's something we might want to think about looking at next year.
That totals 820,821.
It's based on a 25 or 30 cent per cap increase on population each year. And, you know, I look back and I don't, population growth in McLennan County since 2020 to 2024 was about 4%. 4% total. So.
Well, and I think the city of Waco would tell you the same. This isn't sustainable, but until the time we figure out what else to do, we're kind of locked into this. But it can't continue to go up at that rate every year. It'll break the city of Waco and us if it did. So somewhere down the road, something's got to give on that.
Okay.
So Haley's highlighted there just the green amounts based on your conversation you just had. And the only one different from 2026 is the library.
So what does it make a total difference, a plus number, what?
Goes from 3,557 to what?
3.3?
332.
250,000?
Has the library, you still got the library up at 1,300 though, I thought.
No, she's clicking on the green on the left now, see? 2020, the 2025
But you
one.
haven't changed, you
not.
haven't changed it though on
not
the 2026.
It will, okay.
And then the number we'll have in there again. So the increase from 2025 to 2026 with those decisions would be $146,468.
Increase?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I guess my question, hey, why is 26 still showing 1.3 for?
Those are just requests. We have green what you decided.
Okay, so we just move over.
Now the requests are 3,332,619.
619, yeah. Okay.
I'm good with that.
I have to.
Yep.
That's a consensus.
Well, that
Yes.
takes care of the contracted services.
Okay, so then, since we kind of pulled this out, let's go back to then our outside entities in total. And then this is where, well, I'll just kind of go through each section, but if you want to kind of work through like a priority listing, just let me know and we'll kind of, we'll change our strategy here.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. Okay, so, under these, the library, we'll go in and yeah, I think that would be good. Thank you. Yes. Sorry, I'm kind of thinking through. So the MHMR contracts, of course, those decreased some in total because of that mental health component and the agreement with Turnkey. So there was there's that decrease there. I don't know if there's anything there you need to ponder on those contracts.
Are those those are contracted also, or is there?
Everything has a contract associated with it.
Right.
But it's just that those, you may view those a little different just because they are providing services that are.
Are the contracts have escalators or built-in factors that determine the cost?
No.
That's just a request then?
Correct.
Contract personnel stayed the
And I know
same.
those contracts are pretty lengthy and if we need to dig into those, we can, but
Pretrial diversion is a 27% increase.
yes, they did ask for an increase in that contract specifically.
And what was the reasoning behind it? Anybody remember? I've got it here, I can't remember.
She was trying to ramp up to allow more opportunities for the Resolution Center to do more business.
Do more business, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Keep people
They're
out.
gonna get $10 million in, state funding. I think that needs to be
Considered.
considered into our decision-making.
What if we just go back to 24, 25 numbers?
Let me look, see.
I'll give up, I was wanting 23, but I'm willing to go to 24.
Well, they're all about the same, aren't they? Well,
Those have stayed pretty
24 is a little
constant.
higher, but
Yeah, a couple 100,000 more.
So that one, the only one that we see that change in there is, Haley has it highlighted as pretrial diversion. And so you can see there, it ramped up 2 years ago from 50,000 and then again, requesting for next year. So do we want to just, at this time, budget for last year's amount? And of course, these are contracts that will come back to you for approval as well. This is not an approval of the contract in any way.
What was the given increase in pretrial diversion from 50 for so many years to 82? Did they add another part of a person get a grant?
I don't recall off the top of my head. Sorry.
104, 786 minus about a $22,000 increase, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And,
What's your thoughts, Judge?
well, Public Health District, we're in a contract on it, right? So,
You mean
Macomb
Yes.
family
Public
medicine?
Health?
Yes.
That contract reads,
Yeah, those, I think,
it's a 30 cents increase per,
I thought we already did, well, I thought
We already were
determined
decided
that.
on that one.
yeah, we already passed
okay,
that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
so just the ones,
Are you referring to Waco Family?
We're working
Medicine?
on,
No, Public Health.
Public Health District, okay.
Yeah, that's already,
We're working on the HOTBHN.
And I guess the water, salt water.
Can we run all those down? All those HOTBHN contracts?
say that again,
Water's the
Commissioner?
same.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's what I'm
Is
saying.
that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay,
yes,
thank
sir.
you.
That'll stay the same.
I jumped ahead, so I apologize, guys.
So yes, so just those, 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 6 there listed, and so, ultimately, the difference from last year being the drop in that mental health piece, which we see the increase somewhere else in the budget, but then the increase in pretrial diversion, about 22,000. That is the one difference, other than that mental health change.
dispute rate.
So question I have is we gauge everything else by performance. What's the performance of these contracts? How have they been, where are we at?
Yeah.
Are we using the money? Are we getting the bang for our buck?
Yeah. And that's a good question that probably is gonna take a lot more research. And there again, you know, having those conversations during the year are helpful instead of getting right to the budget time. But, that, like going back to a certain date and say, this is the way it's gonna be all the way down, we don't take any of that in consideration. But I don't know.
And Judge, what I was talking about when I said that a moment ago, I was already down to the discretionary. So I misspoke, because that's why I was talking about going back to 24.5 is on the discretionary. We're still on the contractual obligations, right?
Yeah.
And do we, I mean, you guys make the meetings and deal with it more than we do. What are your thoughts on all the contracts?
Well, there's a lot going on in, you know, addressing behavioral health, and so it would be, it seems we're making some headway, not necessarily that we've started making headway and the numbers are showing that we're solving the problem, but addressing the problem and having a good plan. Without that, we couldn't have got the extra $5 million from the state legislature. And then the next plan would be to go to the legislature for a much more significant amount of money for a facility. And, you know, we're talking about $50 to $80 million range with a public-private partnership deal. And so these are building up to that. But, you know, we're all subject to budget restraints, but
Well, it's just money that the three of us look at and agree on and really don't see the end result of it.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm asking you and Will.
Yeah.
Are we getting what we're paying for?
I believe we are.
Where is it located? Is that in the jail? They do that in the jail?
It's a vast, it's all the way from the, on the street, interact with law enforcement to, before it goes in the jail to jail, and then coming out of the jail to post-treatment and where they go from there. And then the how we handle, the prescribed treatment or plan after that. So it takes a lot of effort and planning to do that. But Dustin, do you have anything to expand on that?
Only thing I know the increase is on the pretrial side, so that's the program where BHN's working with the DA's office. They're screening those people on the appropriateness of those individuals being in a pretrial diversion program, and then they're providing supervision, as part of that program. So that's the one with the direct tie to the DA's office, but that's where that $22,000 increase is.
So you were talking specifically about that when I was talking about the overall, how we approach behavioral health across the board. I was speaking to all of those.
Yeah, pretrial's the only one that really had a ask for increase. It went from 82,593 to 104,786. The rest of them stayed pretty constant.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's the one that has 27% increase.
Right.
So why do we have two crisis intervention
It's,
lines?
they're just how the contracts are broken out. There's different pieces of them within different contracts. So just to keep, they're in different line items, so just to help us keep track of each little piece.
So we spend, our share is 92,400 for emergency psychiatric services. That's what it shows here. Dustin, can you speak to that? Do you know?
Commissioner, I am looking right now for that contract.
Only because of the state monies.
I'm sure it pulls some state monies. Maybe matching for all I know.
I think this is important that we probably keep this the same for this year, just because it is a kind of a pivotal year.
Yeah.
Which one
But
you
we're
saying?
gonna need some metrics
So that's, of the,
moving forward. And I think, because I'm getting, I'll just be honest, I'm getting feedback that it's not, that things aren't done.
Necessarily as planned.
That, yeah, aren't going the way they ought to go.
Which one are you talking about?
Yeah, they've had leadership changes and things like that, and whatever that affects. And, but we've never gotten strong, hard metrics.
right. So of the biennium portion, which would be 2.5 million.
It's just 5, I thought it was 10. So that
Well,
was
we
my
asked
other
for
question.
10, it got cut to 5 at the last moment.
Okay.
5 for 2 years.
Diverted somewhere else.
Sure. Always does.
That Commissioner, that Angela Orr changed. But there is in the process of a contract with the Meadows Foundation to come in and reestablish the metrics that are needed. In other words, a study piece that's critical. And according to State Representative Tom Craddock, we need that piece for us to be prepared to go for the larger amount. And the whole group, 100%, said this is definitely important and needed. We've been calculating all of that up to on our own. But some of those not meeting what we were hoped to meet had a lot to do with the timing of getting construction done and those things. But then Pat Curry wanted, the reason he pushed for the 5 million is to be sure that we're 24/7 operating, and that's where we're getting it. And both hospitals and everybody all agrees to that.
And Judge, if I could add, and I know the BHLT is still working with BHN, and the way that funding came was it's to BHN, but with input from the county. And like through the BHLT process, working with the sheriff's office and with others, the bulk of that funding will end up not being with BHN if the programs are set up the way they are. It could be Waco Family Medicine, it could be Waco PD, the sheriff's office, and then it's looking for support, like with Waco Family Medicine, providing counseling at the schools. So the lion's share of those funds probably will not be in a program utilized by BHN. There'll be some administrative funds associated with it, but so.
You changed that to a comprehensive array?
We're just making the names match what they refer to them as.
Yeah, I'm looking at their requests and seeing how they labeled them.
There's different names thrown
All right,
around
well,
on
that
these
didn't-
contracts.
Okay, that's fine, but given this $5 million, then, I think we ought to move forward. This is really important as requested.
And SO's been very involved in all this, working in this team effort, so.
Well, I appreciate y'all discussing this because
But-
I learned more right here in the last 15 minutes than I knew. So.
Yeah, we need some hard metrics though, like how many people are, I mean, and I asked that question the last time when they came in, and they have, but we need a better report than
Okay.
having to ask in an open meeting.
I support Commissioner Jones.
Okay, so under HOTBHN contracted program services, we're keeping everything where it is on the asking side.
All 6 of them.
Is that what y'all are saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, and what did we decide on Waco Family Medicine on their request?
We haven't got to that.
Oh, well, she mentioned it, I didn't know.
That's down in, well, it was the health district that was up in the blue area.
Yeah, Waco Family Medicine's down in the next category.
Okay.
Judge, can you explain Metropolitan Planning Organization to me a little bit? I mean, I don't know much about it, so.
Yeah, well, the MPO is, and he's the expert on it, but,
So, the MPO is the Metropolitan Planning Organization, and what it does is that, because the state pulls down federal dollars for highway projects in our area, we have to have a committee that decides where those highway dollars are spent.
Okay.
And that is, it is the, and we're actually in the process of changing the name to, like, McLennan
yeah.
MPO. So this all goes back to MAP 2020. I don't know if you're aware of that. And think in different federal, this is a federal requirement that if we get the money from the state, then then the locals have to have input to where it goes.
Prioritize it.
Yes, sir. Okay.
That's its main thing, and there's a relatively new director there. And so there was time to time, there are grants that are available for small studies, different things like that. And that's where that amount
Thank you.
came to be.
So the I-35, the 2 different phases, actually 3, but those were all prioritized. And then an example of the next phase, which kind of over in our part of the woods, is Loop 340 from
And I wish
Highway
that one
6
had
south
taken
all
some
the way
priority
to
now.
Bellmead.
Yeah, I wish that would have been done
Yeah,
before.
before 35 started.
Yeah, there was a reason for that.
There's all these different categories of money
Yeah.
that's super complicated.
Yeah, and Loop's
and so
not
that
interstate. so-
That diversion of traffic off though, because people are looking at your GPS.
Oh, it's
they're
horrible.
jumping on 340, it's
It's-
gotten, well, it's like it was when they were doing that other portion of I-35. What's the voting composition of the
Yeah.
MPO?
So I was gonna bring that up. So are there 3 Waco City, there's 3 representatives from Waco, 2 from McLennan County, and then there's 1 from certain, like 25,000 to 5,000. The city's 25,000 to 5,000.
Right, okay.
And then there's 1 per region for the small of the county, per like precinct of the small cities under 5,000.
That's the voting group, and then there's a technical group, which is made up of a lot of the engineers that meet to help define or.
But when you vote on a project to prioritize it and give it number 1, how many votes are there total? I mean, what is that made up of? What you just described, Will?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So,
I think it's either 3 or 4 from the city, and then there's 2 county representatives, and then there's 1 from the larger cities, like over 10,000 or over 25,000. I don't know what the number is, and then there's 1 per region per small, 1 per precinct per small, like the mayor of Ross.
You say
is the one.
precincts, you're talking about commissioner precincts?
Commissioner
Okay,
precincts.
so that'd be 4 total there.
Yeah. So there's about
10 total, it sounds like to me.
12,
yeah,
10 or 12, something like that.
yeah.
But it's a federal mandate that we have this group to decide those.
To get this.
And things change, things change and from one meeting to the next every once in a while, not very often, but example, why did Loop 340 not get done first? Well, that was the plan, and then all of a sudden, there was so much savings in the contracts on the other I-35 work, it became available, but you had to use it in a hurry, so that's why they went ahead and started on I-35, so that window didn't close. And then they'll do 340.
They also pull 6 going out to 185 too, widening it.
Yeah, but it's still gonna happen, but it's, it
Well, I
wasn't,
think the significant project that's going to happen, there's not much, the big change was moving the money from, that somehow we ended up with extra money
Yeah.
to do the Highway 6 bridges,
Yeah.
to do the twin bridges.
Yeah.
And that is a huge, that's a big.
that is a big deal.
It's a big
Big
deal.
bucks, yeah.
Now, it's gonna be a big headache, and we will get calls because of it.
That's a 2-year project?
Yes.
5, I think.
well-
Is that right?
We can get a report on that.
Uh-huh.
I think you'll need to know.
It's a long project.
Good. So it won't be as big a headache for me as it used to be.
They're currently working on it.
Yeah.
We'll be the ones calling in, so why don't y'all fix that dadgum bridge?
Y'all are getting in the way of our getting down to the lake and throwing horseshoes.
Yeah, first.
And so I'm gonna toot my own horn here. For a long time, there's no other crossing of the Brazos other than in the city of Waco. And so that's sort of that's a limiting, to some extent, a limiting factor in development, in my opinion, and then very much so in life safety. Because you can't get across, if you're in China Spring or if you're in Childers Creek and you see a fire over in Golson, you can't feasibly get there for 45 minutes. And then, we were able to get those, a crossing, we're gonna be able to get a crossing on the northern side and on the southern side also too.
Yes.
Part of the Brazos, and studied.
Yeah.
The feasibility hopefully done on it. There's no funding, but it's
in play.
There's a line for it now.
And then
When it had been taken
I
out.
surveyed that like in 1988 of extending 308 over to China Spring.
Right, uh-huh.
And the money never came through, so.
Right.
But it would be great down in the Riesel area too, because you can see Levi, but you can't get to it. you
Right.
know, So
Yeah.
it would cut down a lot of safety issues too.
You throw a rock, yeah. Throw a rock across the river from
You
Robinson
got
to
from
Reese.
Waco all the way to Marlin to where you can cross the river again, so that's a long way.
So, anything else in this group right here that we want to talk about?
On the contracted, I don't ask, do you know where we are
Where we are.
on contracted? Are y'all have your
So
numbers?
we've, like the judge said, we've touched on some, but if you want to go back to any, but where they stand right now, and what we understand, they're up and above, what we'll put on that summary sheet, what you just approved, it would increase
Yes.
by $186,180. So,
From 2025.
correct.
Yes.
Yeah, well, what's in the budget currently.
Okay.
Because, we've just had that increase plugged on the side, just kind of
Yes.
waiting to have these conversations, so.
I agree.
Okay.
The one question I have, Ben, with your visits yesterday,
Yes, sir.
were any of these services where we've been asked to increase, were they reduced on the city side? Numbers, amounts?
No, they're not reducing,
Any of that?
in regard to this, they're still putting up the numbers they did.
Okay.
And it was just, the biggest part of the meeting was just about why do you charge this, this, and this? Once we got past that, and we kind of understood their appetite, I feel comfortable with what we're at.
Okay.
Judge?
Yeah, oh, yeah, yeah.
So then, if y'all are good to keep going on?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Unless there's anything else in this group, before we go to the next group,
Uh-huh,
I'd like to break for lunch.
okay.
And are we?
1:30.
So it is 1:30?
And we have a supplemental.
Yeah.
And Hub was going to be here at 1:30.
Oh, okay. Well, is there any short discussions, or Dustin, you have anything?
I was gonna say, we can take care of the supplemental item if that's okay.
Yeah, that's it.
All right,
Pretty
let's
simple.
do that. Good. Thank you.
It's item B1 on the supplemental. It's authorization of Extreme Cloud licensing and support quote from Extraco Technology for Extraco Center, Event Center and the base. It's a quote from Extraco of $26,123. It's for the network equipment licensing renewal. It's both licensing and support on the hardware there. It is an allowable venue expense, so I'm just looking for the court's direction. We recommend approval.
Okay.
Move to approve, Judge.
All right, have motion second, any discussion?
I've got one
Discussion.
question.
Yeah.
Do we contact our IT department to maybe oversee this, or we just go, hey, you just bring us what you can get? I'm just curious how that works out there.
As far as I know, we've not been contacted. Next to go ahead.
Is there anything in that we could perform?
Not sure, we've never been involved in the
Okay.
And I think we may need to be careful too with just the
Since it's the venue.
and
Yeah.
the lower.
The venue dollars.
Hey, you know what, Dustin? Just forget what I said.
All right, we have a motion second. If there's no other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
The dang ad valorem always gets me.
All right, anything else we want to cover, any short, anything?
No, I think we're just going through that list, so I think it'll be probably then a good place to pause.
So we'll get back on it after we hear from Hub?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
All right. Okay, we will recess until 1:30.
Recording stopped.
We don't want to give John any more work because I'm counting on that golf cart trip.
call court back into order. All right, I think today we're going to have a report from Hub, and so unless you have something else.
No, I'll let Stacy introduce them and we'll get
Okay.
started.
Are we on? Are we on?
We start recording? I think so.
Yeah, we're recording.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you guys today?
Oh, great.
Good, thank you. Anna apologizes that she's not able to make it this afternoon, but I am here to introduce our Hub consultants. Some of you might have already met Ty Petty with Hub. He's back with us today. And then this is Elizabeth Bobo.
Yeah.
I did it.
You did.
And they're going to give us our forecast report.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you for having us. Okay.
Do you need me to bring it up and share it? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes, if we share it on the screen as well.
Get it in just 1 second. Sorry.
I wasn't thinking.
No, we don't need to post this. Okay, I'll just give a minute to have the presentation pulled up. Okay.
It's showing up as a PDF, so.
That's fine, yes. So good afternoon, Liz Bebo with Hub International Account Executive. I also have Ty Petty, my colleague here, as Stacy mentioned. We will be reviewing the health plan performance. We will be mainly focused on the medical for this afternoon's discussion. We wanted to just share with you where the results are thus far in the calendar year and how we think that impacts the 2026 health plan forecast. On page 2, we have the paid calendar year performance. Your health plan operates on a calendar year basis. We are looking at claims through June of 2025. Orienting you to the report, the first section is your enrollment. So when we do our forecasting, we use estimated eligibility based on your averages so that we can understand on a per employee per month basis what we think the cost will be. The second section is your claims. So we have the medical claims and the pharmacy claims, which gives us our gross claims number. We do record stop-loss reimbursements. These are claims that are reimbursed to the county for any claimants over $175,000 on an individual level. We look at net paid claims per employee per month, and then also per member per month. The far columns on the right, the second to last column, this is the current year totals. We also have the rolling 12 months on this page, and the reason why we look at rolling 12 months is that that's really what we're going to be using in our forecast. So looking at your paid claims on a net basis, right now in the current year, you're running at $756.78 per employee per month compared to the $740.65 on the rolling 12, which indicates that the 2025 plan is running a little bit higher than what 2024 ran. And we did see in June more claimants come onto the plan that were higher cost, and I'll speak to that in just in a few pages. We also record on this report your administrative costs. You pay United Healthcare to administer your plan. You're self-insured, however, they do administer utilization management, claim paying, things of that nature. You do receive a monthly credit for pharmacy rebates on a per employee per month basis, which brings down what you actually cut a check for those administrative fees. You do have a reconciliation at the end of the calendar year to compare the actual rebates earned versus what you were given on a monthly per employee per month basis. HSA contributions on this chart are estimated based on enrollment into the HSA plan. We also have your stop-loss premium, and then, as I mentioned, the pharmacy rebate. You can see in the January column that you did receive $265,000. That was the reconciliation of the rebates earned versus the per employee per month credit. From a total medical plan cost, right now, through the current year, you are running on a per employee per month basis. The plan is running at $865 versus the rolling 12, $827, indicating again that we have some more expensive months in the current plan year than we did in the last 12 months. And I apologize when I say rolling 12, I mean the last 12 months. So it would be June of 25 back to July of 24. The other component on this report is the last line. That's the contributions to expense ratio. We look at the estimated contributions both from the county and the employees, the premiums that they pay out of their paychecks versus the expenses of the plan. And here the ratio is showing us 123%. That means that the plan expenses currently are exceeding the contributions on a calendar year basis. On page 3, a pictorial of gross claims. So this is without your stop-loss reimbursements. And this helps to look at the trend and the cost of the claims. We do see that 23 and 24 continue to stay steady or go up. And that, again, is directly related to high-cost claimants. On page 4, the high-cost claimants experience. We track these claimants because this will really influence your stop-loss premium. The individual stop-loss that you pay to United Healthcare to reimburse you for those large claimants. Your deductible level is $175,000. That's individual deductible, meaning that every member who's enrolled in the plan accumulates individually to that $175,000. We look at claimants over $100,000 so that we can understand those high costs, and also we review with United Healthcare diagnosis and such so that we can have a gauge of what the ongoing experience will look like. We do see in 2023, you had 14 claimants over 100,000. However, only 3 hit the individual stop-loss level. The plan paid a total of $799,000 for these claimants. However, because of that protection in the stop-loss plan, you received $274,000 in reimbursement. In 2024, we had a few more claimants. However, the average cost of those claimants did increase. That was directly related to cancer treatments. We had 17 claimants over 100,000, and we had 7 claimants that reached that 175,000 level. In 2025, we see 6 claimants over 100,000, 3 have hit that stop loss deductible thus far, and those 3 claimants did come through in June, which is why on the first page, we saw that June was a little bit more expensive than the prior months. Putting this all together for a projection for 2026, again, we are using 12 months of claims through June of 2025. We project in this plan year all health plan costs relative to the medical plan of $10.8 million. The projected revenues, again, we're using estimated based on enrollment, and we have 2 line items here. One is for the enrollment, actual enrollment in the plan, and then there is a small amount of, the county does budget based on people, on positions that are unfilled, but would, if filled, incur health plan expenses. So that gives us total contributions estimate of 9.8 million, which is a shortfall of essentially $1 million. We did check in with the audit team, and your opening balance or ending balance on December 31st for the health plan fund was 5.5 million. We do estimate, based on the claims and contributions, that at the end of 2025, your health plan balance would be 4.4 million. Now, looking at 2026, the far right column here, one caveat to this projection is that we are using current contracts for 2026. Stacy did come to the court yesterday. We did do an RFP for the medical coverage, and we will have finalist presentations on Monday, depending on what recommendation that Stacy and the team make. There could be some alleviation of some of the costs that we've projected in 2026 based on those decisions and the finalists presented. We do see pressure coming through the claims. We have a 5% corridor, meaning a budget margin of 5% on the claims costs. We do know that pharmacy, we're projecting around 14, the national average is about 14% trend, and the medical is about 10%. However, for 2026, we do expect that, based on the economic conditions, tariffs, all of those things, that there could be pressure on those numbers. Rolling this all together, if the estimated fund balance, opening balance on January 26 at 4.4 million. We do see right now in our forecast a shortfall of $788,000 for 2026. Also, that would be impacted by any decisions that you made on contributions. We do see some line items which may close that 788,000 gap, ending 2026 with a health plan fund balance of 3.6 million. On page 6, just in summary, as I mentioned, depending on how what decisions are made with the RFP, request for proposal results of the medical and pharmacy and other lines of coverage, we do see that there could be some improvement in the medical administrative fees and also some improvement in the pharmacy rebates from what you're receiving today, which would help us close some of that 2026 gap. I did outline here my comments about the large claimants And then we do see that although specialty medication as a percent of total pharmacy has decreased, medical pharmacy for the treatment of oncology conditions has, continues to put pressure on that. We do know that there's also a high prevalence of MSK, musculoskeletal treatments in your claimants. The age bracket, we are seeing that 44 to 65, that's really, the majority of your employees. That's where chronic conditions start to present themselves. So we are looking, as we go through the RFP process, on what programs and resources we have for employees to manage those chronic conditions. But we do expect, once we have the final decisions on the medical plan and the pharmacy and all the other coverages, that we will request an inflationary increase on the employee contributions for 2026. And with that, I'll take any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions?
And it may be here, I just hadn't deciphered it yet, but normally we get a proposal that includes the performance of the two plans and how they're performing.
Yes, it's not included in here. We've put it in total, but we can provide that for you. Absolutely.
Okay, and how are they performing versus one another?
You mean the PPO versus the high deductible? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to bring that back to you. I don't, off the top of my head, I wouldn't want to hazard a guess.
Okay.
The majority, though, of our employees are now on the high deductible plan, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
So it's. that's
About
gonna-
2/3.
626, right?
Is that number?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on that.
So if the
Handout.
PPO plan is still carrying a larger percentage of claims from a dollar perspective, that's what I try and.
I get that.
Right, exactly.
I know
And
which
that-
one is,
And that's going to be,
thought there was enough for everybody.
that is going
Get
to
that one
be,
in. No, go ahead.
They're bringing some more.
the difficulty in comparing one plan against the other is the cost of the plans are going to be driven by your high-cost claimant. So if one year you have a stage 4 cancer on the high deductible plan, but you don't have those large claimants on your PPO plan, it's going to look like the high deductible
well,
plan.
And I get where you're coming from,
Yeah.
because technically, we can take the high claims out, move them out.
Yes,
And
yes.
still get an analysis
Underneath.
of what's performing the best.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But anytime you have a large amount of high claims, it's gonna affect your experience, especially with on the premium that we pay on that stop loss. That ends up being quite a bit more expensive, a bigger expense.
And that's something I look at totally outside of the plans when we go for reinsurance. You know, the bottom line is it, and I don't know, he used to have a graph or a bar graph of some kind that would indicate, you know, how many claims are on this particular plan, and how many are on this plan, and so I really would like to dig into that.
Sure, absolutely.
Oh, and this is the rate increase on it.
These are the estimates, and again, those are just looking at your premiums today and doing those inflationary increases.
May I say something?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. So I know Elizabeth and I had talked a little bit yesterday about looking if we're going to do an increase to the employees' premium that they would have to pay. And I didn't really know what the timeline was with budget because we will be bringing the best and final offers to you guys in the regular court session on the 29th for you guys to make a final decision on who we're going to use as our TPA moving forward. And those numbers that they present in best and final offer could change some of the information that was presented today. So I don't know if that decision's made on the 29th and we could have new numbers presented. I don't know if that's enough time for budget, or I don't know what that
The
schedule looks like.
29th is the day that we'll file the proposed budget.
Yeah.
And so adjustments can still be made through August, but that is the 29th will be the day we also need to propose as well. So I guess we'll just keep in touch and just let us know as early as y'all do.
You're only looking at, though, at most, $300 and something thousand difference there. I think is what that,
Well,
187 on the
yeah, 187 on the administrative
There's
fees
fees and
and
then
the
178
178. That was based on initial proposals. We do expect.
well, if I
to-
get a little sweeter then.
Yes, we do expect that to be sweeter.
And that would help us get this 788 difference down, right? That's what you're talking about, Will?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Other questions? All right now.
Guess we need to see the final on the 29th.
Is there anything else that we want brought, any other information besides what Commissioner Perry has mentioned about this?
Probably what, how our experience compares to, say, like inflation.
Sure.
And things like, and maybe, I know it's hard to come up with other groups or anything like that, but I guess, you know, what medical inflation looks like compared to our experience. That'd be mine.
Yes.
Ben,
Do it, sir.
anything in particular?
No, just, I agree with what
Of
he's looking
plans.
for, and then just the performance. Two
Of each
plans
plan.
compared to each other, side by side.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And this number at the bottom of these, is that, that would indicate the amount it increases the fund? Is that correct?
Which page you on that one?
On this,
Single page.
single page?
And the question is, yes, the bottom numbers that would be increases to the
To the-
contribution
To the
side.
contribution size, okay,
Mhm.
great.
On the different percentages?
Correct. And then again, depending on the gap that we can close through the best and final negotiations, that's why we gave the range.
And I will say, looking at our comparable counties that we use, we have very rich benefits. We have a very good benefit plan, and the court has done wonderful by our employees to making sure that they have those benefits available to them and at a very affordable cost compared to those around us.
Generous plan.
It
It's a
is.
great plan.
It really is.
On your chart here on monthly gross claims, like January, pharmacy and medical, blue and gray, and what do each of those bars represent within that January 25 time? What are we talking about there? Is there a total somewhere in there?
Yeah, so the total would be on the right-hand side, so.
Far right.
On the far right. So
So pharmacy,
pharmacy is in the blue, medical is in the gray.
so
and then
pharmacy makes up between 750,000 and 1.2 one something,
Correct.
and the medical makes up the, zero,
Right, up to
zero
the
up to,
750.
zero up to about 730,000.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. All right, so what are the other bars leading up to that? What do they each represent? If that's the total on the far right, is that being spent every so many days, or?
These are monthly, so.
Each bar is a month?
Each bar is a month, so we're starting with January 2020, and then January 21, 22, and yes, and it's just showing you the fluctuation by month of your costs. And we can see that as we do have some months that spike, overall, your costs are, remaining.
Pretty constant, aren't they?
Yeah, they're remaining. The spikes are going to be the number of large claimants and the cost of those large claimants.
We really can't change the amount of the deductible on the high deductible plan. Correct? I mean, we're up against, we're kind of against, we're up.
IRS regulations.
Yes.
Yes.
On that amount.
On the high deductible plan.
Randy and I got into some weeds one day about that, and having to get a letter and all this business, and I don't want to get into the.
Okay,
that,
okay,
yeah.
yes.
So-
No, the IRS, because your high deductible plan is an HSA eligible plan, the IRS does dictate what your minimum deductibles can be.
Minimum?
Yes.
So that we had it at 3,200 was our deductible
Mhm.
for 2024. And because the IRS
Didn't they-
increased that limit, we had to bump it back up to 3,500 was our
Oh, okay.
deductible.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Other questions? Okay. Thank y'all very much.
Well, thank you so much.
Judge, thank you
Enjoy
for-
your afternoon.
Thank you. I need to talk to Francis just for a minute, so let me take a 2-minute recess.
Recording stopped.
We used to get from Randy.
Yeah, there was.
Per employee, per child.
right, let's call for back in session.
Good year not to plan.
Okay, met with, Francis at lunch today and, kind of put together some thoughts and kind of where we've been and some, maybe, kind of some, possible road going forward and, depending on how it goes, we've got plenty of time to discuss it today, and if we feel like we need to come back tomorrow to continue discussion, we can in the morning, or otherwise, we may feel good to wait till Monday or Tuesday next week.
Well, we won't be meeting next week.
Oh, that's right, we're
Yes.
gonna be,
Y'all will be
It'll
busy.
be
Yeah,
Tuesday
so-
week.
yeah, we'll forget everything we want.
Well, now, is tomorrow a posted new meeting or a continuation?
No, it would be when we recess, we could recess.
So we could do that then legally if we don't want to meet
Yeah.
tomorrow?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Okay,
Sure could.
okay, gotcha.
Okay,
So I know a few things that we were just kind of hovering on, waiting on some information, but like the judge said, looking at some of the big picture numbers already. We passed out just a hard copy of that summary as of now, and we have it pulled up here. So I'd like to kind of talk through it up here. So this summary here, this was with the current tax rate. Of course, our current tax rate is 319,805. You know, we've talked about that we've decreased that tax rate about 21 cents over the last 9 years. And so keeping that constant, we've walked through all of the expenditures now, all of the requests. So we've added, we've decreased.
This is all checked off.
Yes, there's a few things here and there we're going to come back to, but yes, they're from earlier
'Cause there's
today,
some-
earlier discussions.
There's some that aren't greened, and so.
Yes.
That was me.
some of
Just,
us-
we hadn't updated them since this morning. We kind of have a process to double check, triple check, and then go back.
Yeah,
Okay.
But yes, Commissioner. So we've kind of gone through there, and we, of course, can always come back to any topic, not adopting till the end of August. So have as many conversations as you want. But this summary here has all of those discussions embedded in it. It has a COLA of 1.76% for non-step positions. We have an amount plugged in there for the step positions. And so going back to yesterday's conversation, the number was proposed of all-in of 1.7. And so that would include adjustments with benefits and taxes. If you back off $500,000 for Senate Bill 22, that would leave 1.2 million at the general fund. So having that number plugged in there. Salary increases, again, with benefits. So those were the increases you also walked through yesterday with Anna. Other pay types and considerations. So that was an increase part-time for Road and Bridge 2, and then it included the night pay differential for the RNs. At the jail, we have incentive pay in there, our estimate, and then the estimated increase there for outside entities as it stands as of now. And so all that being said, you'll see there that total ending fund balance of 43.6 million, which is 27.5%. So just to play with the numbers some, if we go up to the top and if we did add 2 cents to this number, so if we do 339, and then if you look down at the bottom now, you'll see that it's at 31.2%. If we still make some adjustments, sorry, can you just type in $1 million with no negative? If we found $1 million to decrease expenditures, and we're just plugged in that lump sum, you'll see there that will have an estimated ending fund balance of 50.5 million, and it is exactly 32%. And I'll get to that million in here in a minute. Does that make sense? Just kind of.
But we still have, the outside entities is gonna go up though. Right?
I think we may have some tweaks here and there, but for the most
Yeah.
part.
Well, I
we
think
should be-
the outside entity might actually go down if we.
Yeah, that's my
Yes,
thoughts, is
yes.
it's gonna have to
We,
go down.
And we'll go back to that.
Is that included in
We
your
haven't
million?
really been over the discretionary.
Yes, that number there, the
Correct.
outside entities, that was just kind of based on where we
Okay.
were this morning.
Thank
So
you.
we will definitely go back and review those. So again, 32%. So kind of like we looked at, I don't know it in the Zoom. Would you mind opening under my name on the network? I'm so sorry. I apologize, technical difficulties. And so, again, we've been looking at those scenarios. So if you do something, whatever you do with the tax rate, with the expenditures, if we make some assumptions, what does that look like for the next few years? And it is, it's on the to-do list. So sorry. And so that same scenario, if you, sorry, I'm talking ahead of myself. So here in column C, you'll see an FY '26. That's that same, let me think about this. Change this. 1 second. Can you change that to, take a minute for that and make it 160? I didn't save it a minute ago. Sorry, bear with me. Okay, so then you'll see there that if you anticipate coming under budget by at least 3%, which is conservative and trend-wise, that seems reasonable, you'll see there at the bottom, our ending fund balance would actually be about 55.3 million, and that's a 35% factor of your expenditures.
What is that on,
So-
what is that on the tax rate? 2 pennies? did
2
you say?
pennies.
That's with 2 penny increase.
And so, you know, it looks like you would end at 35, but you have to look here at your years going forward. So if we look at 27, 28, and 29, you have your, of course, taxable values growing, which means that your M&O revenue would grow, other revenues growing, and then, of course, expenditures growing. And so you'll see there how, you know, you'll drop down to 32%, and then it hovers there. It looks like 31, 32%. So keeping you within very close to that target. And we know we're going to have some good years and things that push that even higher, and you may have some years that, you know, set you back a little bit. And so I think estimate-wise, I think this is about the best estimate we could get this at this point for the next few years. But again, increasing it 2 pennies and then leaving it at that for the next 4 years. Again, just some numbers.
That's
to
based on a
circulate.
what? What's the tax-based growth?
Adding 2 cents.
So,
No, the
I have,
taxable value.
5%.
5%.
5%?
Yes, sir.
And did we decide what Mark uses?
Oh, I forgot to look what he used exactly. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I should have looked too.
I wasn't thinking.
What's the advantage of 2 cents now versus 1 over 2 years?
Okay, so
Each year.
let's look up, if we do a penny, if you just scroll up, actually, go to that next one. And then do you mind changing that 160?
I'll just say this.
I'm sorry, this number.
Say it.
I'll tell you after.
So this was the scenario, Commissioner Smith was asking about a penny with those same criteria. And so you'll see there that we would estimate to come at about 33%. So that's right on there with your target. But then if you go forward, you'll see how that's dropping. And that's just because, of course, our expenditures exceed our revenues. So you're eating more and more into that fund balance each year. And so it's bringing that number
That's
down.
that's doing a one-time penny.
Yeah.
And then just keeping it
Okay.
constant.
No, I was talking about doing a penny twice, 2 years in a row. 1 penny, 2 years in a row. What's the
Oh.
difference? What's the difference between doing 2 current or doing 1 and then another, next year doing 1?
Okay, so
That's what I was asking.
yes,
I'm
so
sorry.
no, easy. So there, I guess we'll change that to 0.339. So then if you look 26 and 27 there, Commissioner, you'll see, 33% next year, and then that following year, 31.
So,
But I think if that's something you think you need to do, doing it in 1 year is probably,
You get more, I can't say that either.
get more bang for your buck.
Well, one of the thoughts is that you wouldn't have to go 2 years in a row raising the tax rate. And that could be a benefit to some members of the court, that and actually you might even have an
I was
opportunity
gonna say,
to
very
lower,
likely you could in those later years actually come off a half
you
cent.
start lowering it again. It's all, the drivers, the revenue, big, that's.
Sure is. Tax basis
Yeah,
is
tax
the
base.
driver.
Yes, sir.
Depends on what the state does too in 2 years.
Shoot, it depends upon what the state does next month.
Well, that's a good point too.
Probably 22nd, yeah.
Yeah, that's true too, Ben.
I mean,
True too, Will.
I mean, hold your breath.
That's one of the other reasons to go ahead and start kind of fixing it for the next couple of years to protect yourself. So that was the whole reason why we
Could you
sold
go
the
back
30
to
million.
the 2 cents
of course.
this year?
I'm so sorry, I need to put you on the spot.
While we're looking at that, I think the community knows we're not scared to cut taxes at all.
That's right.
Or we wouldn't be where we're at. So I really don't feel I'd have a problem saying, hey, a 2 cent increase in this given year levels the playing field better going forward, giving us an opportunity to cut taxes again in the next 3 years, 4 years.
And over the last 8 years, we've lowered 21 cents. You go back and raise two, we still, over 8 years, we reduced it 19 cents.
Yes.
But even if they say, well, once you raise it, you'll never, no, you can't say that about this
No,
court.
no,
But we're
not
not
this
scared to
court.
cut taxes.
Not right.
And so even though this scenario shows that static rate, again, like you said, you'll revisit that every year and, always have that opportunity to
I
decrease
mean,
it.
no court can obligate another court.
That's right.
Whatsoever.
But we can certainly set them up and give them an option, but.
That's right. The next court would have the option to either leave the rate the same or I can't see where they'd have to raise it. And there's a possibility that you could lower it. I don't think it politically helps you that much to leave it the same, between leaving it the same and lowering it half a cent or a penny. But you would have that option. You don't have any option if you just barely do it. You're gonna more than likely have to go up again, and then that means the story is court next year has raised the rates. When you do it this year, it gives us some cushion and our reputation of, we don't have to apologize about where we are. We've done an excellent job in getting here and maintaining 33%. We've been, growing government relative to the growth of the community. The quality of service we have is outstanding. And I think it's just a, well-run organization. And I'm told that by many, many people.
What does a
This
cent?
court gets a lot of benefit from what we've done.
Sorry.
No, that's right.
What does a cent and a half look like?
I looked at that. It's
So that would end you there at 34. And then just moving forward, you can see that it does drop a little, of course, because it's less tax revenue, but it continues to drop as those years go on.
But the idea is that your taxable values, you're being real conservative to me there probably.
we don't know that though.
Well, yeah. Well,
I think
that's
there's
what the
gonna be
state of
some
Texas
limit,
does.
whether it's appraisal caps or spending caps.
Yeah.
And will you bring those things up, and that's what irritates me, because all that does is encourage or not encourage, but necessitates you look at raising taxes with what they're doing in
Yeah,
Austin.
that's all, that's
I mean,
exactly
it's
right.
sickening.
Yeah, that's
to
exactly
know.
right.
Sold more bonds, you know.
Yeah.
We normally, but
You still have to have the revenue from somewhere. And that's what's bad when they cut it off by putting, as he says, appraisal caps on or what. You're gonna have to have revenue from somewhere.
It'll be interesting to see how they can justify that in all their talk about paying for, they're gonna have to come up with a bunch of more, Senate Bill 22s, you know?
And then get you hooked on that and pull the carpet out.
And then pull it.
Yeah.
That's what worries me about some of these positions we have
And I'm
funded
not,
with
I'm
federal
not,
dollars.
I mean, I'm not saying that I'm telling you what I'm just projecting out into the future. I'm not saying what they will or will not do. But if they do what we're talking about, if they do cap of any sort, then they've got to come up with more funding mechanisms for law enforcement.
yeah, but
And that's
I
all there
agree,
is to it.
but, how long will it take them to figure out the mistake they made?
No, that's true.
You know, there's
Right, I mean,
time issue.
Still broke waiting on them.
I mean, I think you better be looking,
Francis, what is our monthly bill? What do we, I think I've asked this, but what do we average expenses a month? When we talk about 3 months,
So you'd really just have to take,
fund balance, and what contingency, or what you want to call it. What would it take if we had to pay every bill we have every month? What would it cost us a month?
so the best way to do that is to take
only
actuals
get
divided by
revenue.
12, because
Oh,
you
you
have
get
months,
revenue.
I mean,
I
you have months
understand
where you're
that.
buying
Revenue.
Tahoes, and then you
Revenue
have
only
months where
comes
you're
in about
paying
once
debt
a
service
quarter. Yeah,
payments
one
and all the
quarter.
things.
Yeah, and it would have to be an average.
But in
to
general fund.
December to February.
And is
I'll
that where
tell
all our
you-
bills are paid out of general fund?
For the most part, I mean, we're paying bills out of every fund,
Out of
but I
every
would say like, that's your main.
Okay.
And so, like what we're projecting for 2025 for projected expenditures, we're spending about 13.5 million a month. If
So-
you, you
so
know,
if-
evenly distributed it.
Just to satisfy the accounting principles, that we would need right at $40 million dollars in reserve or in contingency to satisfy those standards.
Yes, and that's based on actuals. And so, you know, when we calculate that fund balance threshold, we're calculating it on the budget. So there's that, you know, difference as well, just different ways of looking at it. But yeah, actual money out the door, just based on 2025, that would be about 13 and a half per month.
13 and a half, so, okay, $40 million.
But again, you know, if you really extracted some of those larger expenses and, you know, I could get you more like, you know, what's your ongoing, your personnel, your supplies, services and charges that are routine, utilities. I'll look into that for you.
Or we'll pay to keep the door open.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
well, it's, not, you know, even, asking for any indication, but, maybe something to think about until we meet again.
Just my opinion on that, the 2 cents gives us more breathing room to not have to turn around next year, the year after, or the year after.
Yeah.
You know, given some unforeseen issue coming up, we shouldn't have to even consider raising it. Maybe potentially dropping it a little bit. And I'd rather give us that option than go, okay, we're gonna play it tight and we know it's gonna come out, but we may have to bump up again.
Yeah.
And I would like to get away from that and have a stable scenario.
So, well, on 200,000 property, 2 cents, what is that, $40 or $20?
$20.
40.
40.
It's 10 per 100.
Per 100. So he was saying on a 200,000.
200,000.
2 cents per hundred.
Oh,
So
Well, so, I think but the fair, I think the fair, calculation is what is the average home price?
Yes.
And I think it's like $350.
Yeah, yes, you're in the ballpark.
So that's about $70 a year for your average,
Your median home.
your median home, so.
Divided by 12 equals, that's $5.83 a month.
Times 12?
Divided by.
It's 70 a year divided by 12,
Oh, okay.
The average home.
$5.83 a month.
$6 a month. I just spent $4 on that soda.
Hey, you spent 500 belong to.
Well, but you consider how much and it's not, but lowering it, what we down, 20 cents?
21.
21 cents from our high. There's been a lot
I
of.
remember that, 52 cents.
Yeah. Yeah, there were a lot of veins popping out of people's heads back then. It's, at the end of the day, this is really what we were wanting to get to where we didn't have to make a knee jerk. We can drop it down 10 cents because we've done too good, or that we have to drop or raise it 8 cents because we haven't done so well. This is, to me, I thought this was really where we were wanting to get. With very little adjustments, and you stay flush financially.
Yeah.
And just continue, like, the estimate has 3% increase in expenditures each year. And so, trying to keep to that as much as possible. And you always do. You always, analyze every single increase in the budget and line item. And so.
Well, this is the most open and transparent budget in government anywhere, and I would think John could probably attest to that.
From 50 to
Also
31,
to-
19 cents.
So,
21 cents so far.
I would also say, this has been the,
when you go into a closed conference room and you don't let anybody in, and you figure out your budget, and then you come out and you vote on it, I mean, what kind of process is that?
and this group right here has dug in and asked more questions this year than I've seen us do in the past.
Yeah.
Really have dug in and turned every stone over trying to figure out where we can.
And like, if we weren't doing it, this process, I'd be
If you were a
pitching
citizen.
you the bird and I'd be pitching you the keys.
Oh, man.
That's always my favorite.
Hey, have we not ever, yeah, that's.
Pitching the keys. It's inside joke.
Okay.
I agree with you.
to be
We're
here.
extremely transparent, and I think we've asked, as Ben said, a ton of questions and made a
not
ton of
everybody's-
comments, and I still like you guys.
Thank you. Not everybody's
Well, I'm
satisfied.
glad you do, because I wasn't liking me all that much.
Okay.
Ken, are we gonna go over any discretionary or not?
Now we're gonna go back to,
20,
Then we can go back to outside entities and talk about that a little
Yeah,
more if you
'cause we-
like.
I
We'll
know, we
tweak
did
that
the
number
top.
some.
right, we're going, and then what we were looking at down there is picking a year to go back to.
Right. Well, I'll tell you where I'm coming from. I mean, Pastor C means a lot to me, and I know he asked for 10,000, but I wish we could consider giving him 5,000. I know we're cutting everywhere, but this guy and his community service is amazing.
I wouldn't disagree with that, except there are a lot of organizations out there doing, and that's what bothers
Sacred
me,
Heart and.
doing the same thing that his are doing, or trying to do, and they haven't come to us and asked for money. And it does bother me a little bit that we are cutting some organizations that we know right now service us. I'll be honest with you, I think the world of animal birth control. I've seen what they do, we've been through over, they do a remarkable job, and they were asking for a modest 4%, and we're gonna end up cutting them back.
But we can also,
Evidently, so,
but we can also circle back and, just like we did with the library, we could move stuff over and we gave, we could move a little bit around like that, because ABC is dear to my heart too. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's,
And I think the proposal was to use FY '25. Five. And so, that column, there's not
Go
a.
back, you can keep going back.
But there's not a, there's exception for a few lines, but like those entities that you just named, there's there's not substantial increases there. So a lot of them would be not much change from what they requested for 2026.
Some of them the same, yeah.
Would you say it again?
So like you mentioned, or somebody mentioned, animal birth control, just for an example. And so they asked for 106,000 this year, roughly. And so last year was 102, even the year before
Well,
102.
if you look at the bottom of the blue line, you're only talking, since we lost that 412,000 from contract personnel, I mean, you're not talking, what, very much difference in, what, $4,000 or $5,000, right, on the blue line, right there.
So that one that we went through earlier, that is an increase there of, over what we already had in the budget of 186,000. Yes, sir. But then that second section, that's the one that we hadn't quite, come to consensus
gotcha.
yet. And the original thought was to move down to 2025, and then it's been thrown out, different years, 2024. I do want to point out something here. The one that's highlighted in orange or pink, that is for family, Waco Family Medicine. And so we had received that yesterday, so we plugged that number there. It's a $25,000 increase from the prior year.
Right.
So that's one you may want to talk about further and not go back to a prior year. It's just completely up to you there.
Any thoughts on that one?
Well, we kept HOTBHN the same. And I mean, they work in concert together.
Yeah.
And they're gonna be doing more so.
Yeah, and then there'll be also,
Pre-clearance and labs.
right, working, utilizing helping utilize the $5 million. So that's mine.
You just said something, and I just want to make sure we're clear on something earlier. On the HOTBHN, they had that increase in the pretrial diversion, and I was under the impression we were good with their new request, but it sounds like maybe we wanted to keep them at the prior request. Can y'all just help me understand?
No, that was not my proposal. It was
Okay.
what they had proposed.
What they asked?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm just making sure. That's what we had. I just was making sure we were
It's about a $12,000.
on the same
increase.
page there.
That's 27, they asked for a 27% increase.
Yes, okay. We don't have to go back to it more. I was just making sure.
But on discretionary, I'd still like to move a little further back to 24. And I don't know, that may not be the popular decision, but
Does that include Waco Family Medicine?
yes. But I would also agree to, I think the Brazos Trail is worthy. I really do. And that was crazy. We gave them 15,000, and then nothing, and then 10,000 last year. So what was the reason the one year we didn't?
Oh, for Brazos Trail, we didn't have
Nobody
a
presented?
request.
Wasn't a representative that led a vacancy.
Okay.
So that was kind of a blip on the,
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, you need explain no further. But obviously, I'm a team player here and willing to do whatever the guys want to do.
I know we've already settled on animal shelter services. That's a done deal in the contracted, but that's a 93% increase from one year.
We already just, but you remember we talked about all that earlier.
Yeah.
There is a conversion going on that's costing them a good bit more than they expected by taking over for the Humane Society.
so here, do we want to 24, 25? And then do we want to make some exceptions to that through this list?
What does 25 do total-wise?
So 25 would just keep it exactly the same as it is in there currently.
10,259,173? Get the right numbers?
No, Commissioner, look at the
1461, 529.
green, the green section.
14
Have to come up a little bit.
1461, 529.
million for us.
And then take it back, it's basically
You're saying what would the-
Ours is old.
$40.
Ben, I think ours is old.
How much there?
Oh, I know, we moved historical commission down, I'm sorry, that was one we had moved down. My bad. But that 2025 column, that was already in the budget, it just rolled forward, just waiting kind of, to see what y'all thought about it, so there would be no adjustments made if that's where you landed.
I would do the 2025 amount if we could do the 841,656 for Waco Family Medicine, and then $5,000 for Bridge to Success.
I agree.
That's mine.
Thank you.
Guys, I'm gonna have a problem with that, because we're gonna see Sacred Heart here next year, we're gonna see every food pantry in town here next year.
That's what bothers me.
And then also, there is a hunger initiative that's just got started through Prosper Waco.
Yeah.
Where they're working with
But
Baylor and they're
this-
pushing. But
those companies and those organizations, they get lots of money from people. This guy don't get nothing from anybody.
But is that government's job, though?
No, but it's a community support.
I agree with you, but I
I mean, you
just,
can go all up through this list if you want to think that.
it's opening a door that I just don't know that we want to go through. I'd be glad to make the man a personal donation, I just don't know that I want to.
Yeah, and I have, yeah.
And honestly, I only do it out of reverence for Commissioner Miller, so.
That was a big deal for her, and I enjoyed going over there, and I have to open my arms to this community.
She was also sitting on the hunger initiative through Prosper Waco.
Right.
And that was her next passion. And you can ask Jessica Addison, talk to her about that. I would be glad to
I
write
don't
a
think-
personal check in honor of her.
Yeah, and I did last year, me and Mary did, so, but I just don't think $5,000, I understand, but we cross those bridges when they come to us next year. Would he come back next year? Maybe, maybe not,
One court can't obligate another.
that's it.
So any-
Well, I appreciate Will standing up for us and our precinct over there and helping the community out and being part of the community. And I agree with what he said, the 841 and the 5,000 for Bridge to Success.
Any other thoughts on that?
I can't support adding people when we're cutting.
This is food. I'd rather take away from the dogs and cats and give people food.
As you said just a minute ago, there are several of these in here that we can advocacy center, what a great thing they do. We could load up, because that takes care of people, especially sexual assault victims. So we
Okay.
could get into a
Enough.
big discussion.
Look what Wheels on Wheels does.
Enough.
Sure.
Call the
Wheels on
question.
Wheels does.
Okay, what about this? I'm strong on the Waco Family Medicine doing what they do. If we took $5,000 out of the animal birth control and put it in your initiative,
Hey, Judge,
sure go for
can I
that.
make one comment?
I know what you're saying, it's opening up the door, but
Well, and I'm not trying to pick an argument or fight with anybody, but
I'm not either.
I'm gonna find a pet project that I'm gonna come in with and go, hey, I want y'all to fund this.
yeah.
It just, if it was the only pantry in town, it'd be one thing, but there are other options. It's no disrespect to Pastor C at all.
No,
May I
gosh, no,
make-
he's a great guy.
May I make one comment
guy.
real quick?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to relate this to that or
Okay.
sway y'all anyway, but on Waco Crime Stoppers, if we went back to 2025, last year they had a special request because they were having an event here in Waco. And so they actually asked for less this year. So I would say if we went to 2025, we would want to honor their 2026 request by lowering it 5,000. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, I was wondering about that, and so I guess that what I'm,
They had the event that they had asked for
Right.
some additional funding,
There was a
so.
conference here.
Yeah, so then they're
I
back
haven't
down now
spoke
to their
to.
10,000.
I see what you're saying. So we actually lowered it already 5. If we go
So
there
that's just-
26 requests, you've lowered it 5.
So I'm hearing then we'll take 2025 numbers with the exception of Waco Family Medicine, right? Or no? Is there a consensus there?
To ask to fund their request?
The 2026
Yes,
request, the full
yes.
request?
I,
And
that's
then-
my opinion.
The full request?
Yes, I was trying to gauge where we were there.
Again, another worthy cause, but here we are. We've cut ourselves short, and now we're gonna help everybody else.
Where's that number again?
It was from 816 to 841.
What percentage it is.
What is that difference? 1641, that's 45,000?
No.
No, 816 to 8 what?
41.
1 second, we'll get that for you. And then that's not adding anything new, so then if there's a
20.
consensus to add anything new, of course.
25,000.
Okay, was there, and so Commissioner Perry, you're saying at the
I'm at the
25.
816, 349 level for Waco Family
So,
Medicine.
but you're at the 2025 level on all of them.
No.
No, except the Waco Crime
Waco
Stop.
Crime Stoppers goes to 10.
Well,
yeah.
but that's kind of a mistake, I guess, but
Yeah.
that, and Commissioner Smith, is that where you were?
I'm fine with it. I could actually, with Waco Family Medicine, either go with the full amount or split the difference and add half of that amount to it or something, you know. I think they do a great job over there.
Yeah. Mr. Perry, you see any middle ground?
I can lean that way.
I'd go that way.
No what?
I would
That's
we'd be doing 2025, except for Waco Family Medicine, and we're gonna go
Get half of their increase.
half of their increase.
Requested.
Can we move that 5,000 from Crime Stoppers down to me?
Dio, it's not the money. It's the principle that I'm nervous about it. I get when pet projects come in, and I'm
Well, it's not a
saying-
pet project.
Well,
It's just.
but other food pantries,
So one of the things that,
Pack of Hope came in here
Is
one
it
time,
a?
and we
is
turned
it
them down. We told them no.
Governmental, there's some sort of governmental rule or.
Yeah, I guess so. Just-
Dustin.
one of the things the community, and that's why Prosper Waco, one of the reasons they were formed was to try to be sure that we're not having multiple organizations doing the same thing.
Yes, sir.
And so it was try to work to get them all to combine. I know United Way was a big part of that discussion, and you know, Food Bank was part of that as well. And you know, that was the initiative, is not to try to have more come in. When I'll say the same thing about the reintegration that Judge Boone came in. I agree with what she's saying, but we're doing that. There may be some missed gaps, but let's go fix those gaps and not create another organization.
Well, I got you, but,
Yeah.
but Pastor C's been here 25 years doing the same thing. Well, I mean, it's not like it was born today. This is not the first year.
But Dio, it just came to my mind. I knew the lady at Pack Hope very well. Visited with her. She came in and we turned her down.
Yeah.
Just didn't, and so I hate to, want to be consistent, I guess is what I'm saying.
So there is a consensus on the 2025 with the addition, or with the addition to half the requested increase, which would take
I'm
it
good with
to 829.
Yes, Haley has that number plugged in there, what that would be.
You got 3 there, so.
Okay. Okay. And then, I guess unless there's anything else there, the economic development section was just that section at the bottom of that sheet, and so the increase was, of course, to the transfer to the WIMDEC fund. And it was $150,000 to that line item specifically. So just see if there's any thoughts there or further discussion we need to have before we move from that one.
It keeps up with the inflation number.
The thing about the WIMDEC dollars is that right now, we're putting in $1 and getting a dollar match.
Right. The city of
So,
Waco.
from the city of Waco.
Every dollar we put in, they make.
right.
So we get a
And that,
100% return on it.
yeah, that's a great deal.
And those dollars, we run a model that shows what our return on investment is, and we have a criteria that we meet.
And there may be a day that doesn't always happen, but I think for right now, we need to take advantage of the dollar match.
And then it also just, like we said, but just so everyone's clear, it does sit in our bank account still. So it gains, earns interest.
Still belongs to taxpayers.
Still there
so
in
we
our name,
dedicate.
not sitting in someone else's name.
What did we learn that Tex Pool is paying last week?
Was it?
About a
Quizzing me on these percentages. I'm not having.
Yeah.
Was it 4?
0.4.
And we're getting a 20% return.
But it was like 0.04.
We gotta be sure we grow that top line, that revenue line. Economic development's how we do that.
That's a better way to do it.
Okay. Good deal. So, and I know that might tweak the numbers a little bit from what we had. I guess we'll just go back to.
I will say that one of these two that I want to follow back up on this year, Startup Waco, that was geared off of them getting into the schools and starting to work into the schools with.
Yeah, we need some hard data on that.
So we probably need to know, have they penetrated the school districts here like we hoped that they would?
They were only in 2, weren't they?
And, yeah, but the part of the money is we wanted to see them set up in all the big school districts, or as many as they could, to get something started there. And if they penetrated the same schools that they came with last time, we need to see where that bang for the buck is.
Okay, so we need to get them to give us a report. Okay.
And they've had a
haven't heard
change
from
in
them.
leader too, so.
I mean, we haven't heard from them in a while, have we?
One other thought along that line, and I know I'm not trying to champion this, yes or no, but I'm not so sure at some time we don't need to commit, or at least think about a percentage of our total budget or something like that committed to outside entities, and that's it. And then be up to us to determine how we want to divide that money out as people come to us. But if you already have the policy in place that it's only going to be whatever 0.05% or something, whatever it is, then that's it, and we stick to it.
There was discussion the other day too about Hewitt during their budget process deciding whether they were going to keep their library open.
Really?
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
So we might need to dig
Like,
into
how
that.
would that work? Would they give it to Waco, or would they,
According
close
to,
it- close
according
it
to Waco, a
close
high
it
percentage of
down?
Hewitt people are using more so than the other surrounding communities. I felt like what they were saying is Hewitt has a bigger presence downtown here than any other smaller community.
based on those,
Let me- I'll look
based
into-
on those zip code numbers that they?
Yes. And I'm gonna call Jim Devlin and just
Yeah.
visit with him and see where
Yeah,
they're
because
at. what they're
I wasn't thinking that they were gonna give it up. I thought they were gonna not increase any more funding to it, but I think we just need to get, if you don't mind calling him.
I'd be glad to.
Yeah.
And I'll just say that that, you know, there was, before, in the teens, we only gave like $5,000 to those we've doubled that amount
Who's that?
to those libraries, really in kind of, along with the you know, to go along with the increases to the Waco library. I mean, that. And it's, I mean, I know that in West, it's well spent and.
We get a lot of letters saying thank you.
Every year I get letters saying thank you.
What else?
So is economic development, is it gonna stay at the 25 also?
No, that one, I think it was, the consensus was to go ahead and increase the transfer line was the line that increased by 150,000.
Okay.
Been going up 250,000 a year, but,
She's got a healthy
yeah.
fund balance too, doesn't she? But we got.
And then Spaceport came down.
It's ours.
That's right, it's our money.
Came down 1,000.
Actually,
It's our money. We just,
Should we, how often do they ask for a
So,
disbursement
I know we
from
were
that?
talking about that earlier. So the spaceport, whenever they do have a request, it comes to you to court because it's usually reimbursing someone for travel or something. So that will always come to you first. There's been some years they have had no expenses. They haven't this year. I can't remember if they did last year. I could look. But that can be something we put a placeholder in. If they do come forward, I mean, you will honor that request, of course. You're letting them know you would, but we can move from contingencies there if needed.
I'm good with that.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
If you are.
yeah, I'm good with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
What does our big sheet look like now?
we'll go there. While we're getting that up, Commissioner Jones, Mark did use 5%.
Oh, he uses 5?
Yes, and then
Okay,
at some point,
good.
he uses 0 after that. Like
Yeah,
it was
right. So, yeah, I mean, he
That's-
uses no growth after, on his bond.
So we're on the same page here? Is what you're saying? Good.
I remember that now, yeah.
No, and you could just,
I haven't seen one in a while.
gotcha, perfect.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. So we'll come back to that main summary, and we can, again, just kind of start that conversation. We're just making a few little adjustments before we do so. So earlier, we looked at this just with that scenario of 2 pennies. And then I also mentioned that would, in order to get it to 32%, just even, it just worked where it was $1 million that we would need to pull out of expenditures that are already included. And so I had a tentative list of some items that we could do that to get to that amount, and I can go through those if y'all like. So over lunch, Dustin and I were looking at some of these lines that are hard to estimate, and 2 of those are county legal counsel, so our outside legal counsel, and industrial business grants. So those will be, they're gonna fluctuate from year to year. We thought we could pull those budgets down by $75,000 each to help us meet that goal. We also thought about not including incentive pay in the budget. And I know earlier I was like, I'd recommend if you want to go forward with this, you put that in there. But that would be, something that later on in the year, we could do a budget amendment from other lines that have excess funds at that time. But that would help us, of course, get to our goal. Just a big chunk.
Need to make it clear that the incentive deal is subject to the court's.
ADL, this is.
The court making a decision on that, and if it turns out that the financial conditions or things are tight, then the court's gonna take that in consideration. either cutting it back or down to zero. I would recommend that even if we cut it back, to have something in there to be sure we keep performance reviews and all those requirements we asked employees to make, but.
And that also maybe gives Anna a little bit of leverage with, she said, you know, they seem more at ease about completing their classes and being compliant with all the policies here.
Right.
And maybe that's the deal. Hey, if we do what we think you're gonna do,
Yeah.
you'll be there. If not,
Yeah.
And so that's just something, you know, you could not budget for specifically from the get-go, but again, just help you get, you'll probably end up spending it, but it's just to help, you know, get that ending fund balance from the get-go where you want it. The other thoughts were, you had 2 vehicles that we had looked at today. One of those was for Constable 5. And so I know there was a question, you know, would they be willing to use that full-time and forego mileage? And they were willing to do that, but I don't know if that's still something that you want to ponder. But if you pulled that vehicle out, if you just approved 1 vehicle for the DA instead of 2 for this year, and then the remaining amount to get to that 1 million would be decreasing your contingencies amount. Currently, we have 1.5 million in general fund contingencies. That doesn't include road and bridge. We get close to spending all of that sometimes. I still think we'd have a very healthy amount in there. We'd still have about 1.34 million. But you know, you just are more watchful of that through the year on what we spend that on, and make sure that it is items that cannot wait for the next year and are more emergency type items. And so.
And at the top, Francis, is with two pennies, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so I know kind of talking through those may have been hard to follow what I was saying, but just pulling those out and bringing that budget down another $1 million, again, gets you to that 32% there with the 2 pennies.
Are you saying that precinct 5 said one of them would forego?
So I did receive a message, and yes, so they
I
would.
think that was the offer we made them, wasn't it?
yes.
So I think.
So what are you,
And so, oh, go ahead.
But Will.
you kind of lost me on contingency there. Are we we're going from $1.5 million to $1 million? Is that
To
correct?
1.34. So what I was
1.34?
doing was trying to get to that $1 million number. Again, it was just, and so I just.
And that includes the incentive pay out also too?
Yes, and so it's just pulling contingencies down about 160,000, using it as kind of a plug to get where we wanted there. Because it's not specifically budgeted for a department.
Didn't we take out, how much did we take out? We took out 500,000 out of the road and bridge, countywide road and bridge contingency?
We took the whole 700 down.
The whole 700,000?
Yes, so, yeah, taking down quite a bit there on contingencies.
Road and Bridge
That's
is right
also
at $1
neat.
million of putting money back in the pot.
Do what?
We're right at $1 million of putting money back into the general fund.
Of what we take it out of R&B?
Well, yeah.
Can you, the $30 million bond, you couldn't do that with that? Could you put it back in there with that?
Well, what we would do.
In case you needed to spend.
Any qualified expenditures and.
Can cover with that.
Road and bridge would.
So if you had something else come up, you could use that.
Yeah.
30 million to cover that million we took out of there, right? So that's what I'm saying.
As long as it fits under the guidelines.
Yeah, what it should,
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, what else was that, when you had that 700,000, it had to be a road and bridge.
Yeah.
But it could have been machinery that you needed to work on the road.
That was what I was gonna mention.
Quite honestly, that was in there in the event you needed it
Yeah.
because we knew
Yeah, I got you. I
what you
appreciate
had
that.
when you went in. And
What
so
did we take out when we bought the big excavator?
300,000, wasn't it?
Where did it come
It
from?
was
though?
from road and bridge contingencies.
So, you know, when we had our discussion, or what you want to call it, the retreat, and it was all open to everyone, one of the things we talked about was over a period of time, and this, probably not the time to do it, was adding some equipment to be shared amongst the 4 precincts. That was one of the reasons we left some of that money in there. Obviously, if we pull it all out, then that won't happen this year.
And so that's just, you know, if y'all have that in your minds and that's a plan you want to follow
I
through
can't
with,
imagine a
you have to
big
let us
piece
know.
right now, though, that would be,
I was trying to think, what would we need that could be shared?
what is that, maintainer costing? No, who's getting the maintainer this year?
I am.
350?
Four. 400,000, yeah. And
That's
it's a plain Jane one. It's not a
Really?
GPS crap. You don't need all that, what we do.
Well, yeah.
But you know what I mean, but yeah.
The zipper, OMAG would be the next, I think.
For everybody to share
Uh-huh.
with a cab.
Yeah.
Right. I think everybody has a version of it right now, but it's
Yeah, but
not.
they're not.
But that's true, Will. We need
much is it?
probably a million,
Yeah.
a little over a million.
And the other thing,
Man, I'm not in that
say it
department.
real fast. The other thing that we've talked about in the future, because now you can mix your own, is with all these asphalts that we're having to maintain, is a slurry machine of some sort.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Hey, real quickly, back on precinct 5 in that vehicle. Before we jump on that, I would want them to tell us why they're not using Waco ISD, because the biggest truancies that they're dealing with at University High School. Well, we just heard from precinct 1 that they make Waco ISD go pick theirs up. Why can't we do the same there? Why couldn't we ask them, why don't you get Waco ISD to bring the truants in?
But were they asking for truancy though? I can't remember. I mean, we've talked to so many people, but I don't think it was really truancy for them, was it? It was. Was it?
Yeah.
I thought that was.
Writs of attachment on parents.
Okay, all right.
So, and we'll look into that again, Dale, because I
Yeah,
do
yeah.
want to understand that too.
Yeah, I mean,
Shoot from the hip and.
I think it was.
but you know,
How many officers do they have at university?
at Waco ISD, period?
Wait, so university's where we're gonna cover, or is it?
It would cover most, I think, come from that direction. Of course, Waco High is included too, I would assume.
Well, precinct 1 handles that.
Yeah.
And they have an agreement with Waco ISD, and they
Okay.
pick all the truants up and bring them here to the judge.
Okay.
And so the big schools, there's no, Midway has 6 officers. That's when we need to talk to Judge Richardson, because I think he's picking up a good bit of Midway. We need to be asking them to.
That's the.
As long as they have coverage, small schools can't do it because it won't have coverage, right?
Yeah, it was tough on me. I was nervous every time I left the campus.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
And
yeah,
I agree
actually, it's
on
the
that.
same way. They've got only one officer, and
Yeah.
most other, Bosqueville wouldn't leave because that's Sheriff's Department will handle that because they're project into that, but Moody's got one officer in the
A
school.
lot of you little ones just have one. And they, some of them contract with SO for,
Bosqueville,
but they.
SRO there.
One other thing that we haven't really circled back to, or maybe we have, is precinct 4.
Yeah, I was gonna
The
bring that up.
JP at precinct 4 and.
Clerk.
What's their,
Well, but that again is part of that question of who's gonna go pick these up and bring them in.
yeah.
Waco ISD has 30 officers.
Really?
Yeah, and they all have nice vehicles.
And Hewitt is not cutting funding to the library. So
Do what?
Hewitt's not cutting their funding to the library.
They're gonna keep it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks for clearing that up, that's good.
There'd be a lot of
So did
pushback.
we answer
We,
did we answer the question, we started with one question, we ended up 8.
I'm sorry.
What was the original question?
It was the
Precinct 5
precinct 5 patrol unit.
Yes.
Or the car that's gonna sit there and get driven.
That's the question.
No, it's gonna be driven now because of, I guess, the chief deputy or somebody's
Somebody's
gonna
gonna
drive
use it all the time.
every day, every day.
So it was just proposed, would they be able to, just proposal, use that full-time, replace their mileage? And they said, yes, that would be considered. And so if you pulled down a mileage for one employee there and then incorporated fuel repair and maintenance, you would still, the increase to the budget would be $34,454. So that's decreasing mileage, increasing for the purchase of a car.
That's the one time. There would be some savings
Well, it pays
past
for
that
itself
for that
in 3
vehicle, because you're not
years.
purchasing that vehicle.
Right? It pays for itself in 3 years,
Could
basically.
pay for itself in 3 years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not.
And so your
bad idea.
fuel, your repair and maintenance cost, of
Well,
course,
but
each year.
I think it'd be pretty close to a wash.
Getting away from driving these cars and then, that's, too confusing.
Well, it's hard. I wouldn't want to put in a bad guy, or a bad person in my personal.
I wouldn't either. I think it,
Yeah.
Hey, it's, put
But I know you call,
put them in the trunk, it's easy.
I've heard stories. Especially old Crown Vics, I mean, the old Caprices, okay.
I know nothing.
Okay.
all right, what's the next question?
So I think then, kind of coming up with that idea of that million, I don't know how y'all feel, and so we can, kind of work through those.
So legal, business
Let me,
grants, incentive, precinct 5 vehicle.
Reopening the
probably
to-do list.
stay- if
I'm
we
gonna pull
decide
it up.
Stays.
I'm gonna pull it up, Commissioner. Or Haley, sorry.
At noon, she was scouring through, trying to find dollars.
So we do need to visit the clerk and Judge Richardson.
5.
No,
Yes.
Judge Richardson.
4. JP4. They're always 5 to me forever, I guess. They used to be 5. I always think of them as 5.
We used to have 9, remember?
The old numbers still stick.
9 JPs back in the day.
Okay, so this was, again, just very rough here, but decreasing legal counsel, industrial business grants. If you pulled out incentive pay budget-wise from the get-go, that Waco Family Medicine, we just talked through that. That was adding that in. And then I had that Constable 5 vehicle, if you decided to pull that out. I'm not sure where those thoughts are right now. If you pulled out one of the DA vehicles, we'll pull down the spaceport, and then that plug numbered from contingencies. And again, I just want to remind you too, of course, when we get certified values, I'm hoping it inches up a little more, but you never know. And so this, is plugged there, to come up to that percentage that we were looking at, but we'll, keep y'all posted, of course, at the end of next week, what that looks like.
How'd you get that exactly to come out to $1 million?
The contingency number is just plugged in there.
And then we count
like that.
Election at 98%, or what percent did we use, 90?
For collection?
Yeah.
So 98%, because what you're doing is you're setting a budget and revenues for 12-month period.
Yeah.
And so, yes, you may end up collecting 100% of those, but we're just looking at.
In that time frame.
That budget.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So 98, and that seems to be right on track with
Yeah.
what's actually occurring.
Gotcha. Okay.
Well, so are we keeping the Constable 5 vehicle or are we cutting it?
Well, it'll be.
Keeping it, right?
So I can pull that out. Again, that was just a.
Well, we're keeping it.
Okay. And this scenario was just pulling it down.
Maybe like 34,000 or whatever the difference from the 34,000 is.
Yes.
If you think that big picture.
And then the DA vehicle?
They're getting 1 instead of 2.
No, it'd be adding it. Yes, sorry. Net. And we'll review it too and make sure.
So the contingencies have just changed a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And that would still leave us like 1.1 in the contingencies or something?
1.2.
Okay.
5. We have 1.5 in there right now.
Okay. Thank you for working on that, as I know that was a lot to think about.
What else?
So I think we feel like we have a consensus on everything that we've talked through, and I know there's a couple things that, continue to come up. We need to revisit. We may revisit later for things like that JP4 position.
What was it they were asking for? JP4?
A new clerk, and
Okay.
That was like 40 something thousand, 43, 42.
We'll get it for you. It's just pulling it up.
And again, I'm just gonna throw out, we always take it on the chin in Road and Bridge. Guys, at some point, we've got to get serious about worrying about everybody else, and we've got to get beefed up, because we really haven't changed much since I got in the office.
I agree. Yep. I guess the question is, begs, where's it coming from? That's what we gotta figure out.
Well, or we could do what, ask everybody else to cut what we did.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm looking at everybody. What can you cut? And I
We
don't
didn't
wanna
get,
to that
you've
point,
asked
but-
that question to several people, and we didn't get a lot of answers. Which I understand people defending their office or department, I do, but we seem to be the ones that always give in.
A good bit this year.
Well, you really did, you will both.
You had asked about that position, Commissioner, so she pulled up that amount just for reference if you were.
And that was a clerk?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think that's something we've got to look at, in my mind, just because of what he's handling over there. Can we asterisk that to think about?
Sure. May I change subjects for a minute? I received a message, and I think maybe they just misunderstood our question, but from Constable 5. So they had said, yes, replace that car with mileage for someone. They were thinking that that was for the new position that they had asked for. So not replacing the mileage for a current deputy. So it sounds like they would still want to
Position
retain
for- so a
personal.
So the
position-
question was in the meeting was, do you want the position or do you want the car? And I couldn't understand. I don't remember what was said.
They
I
said
didn't hear
car.
them.
They said the car, but, and we did bring up that they have to give up one of their mileage for one of their deputies, constable deputies. That's the way I understand, right? Jim, remember that?
Say it again now.
That they had to give up, they had to pick one or the other.
That's what you
Car
asked.
or the deputy. and
You
then-
asked that question.
And then we brought up that they had to give up one of their mileage.
Yeah, did we bring it up with them, or did we just talk among ourselves?
I
You
brought
asked the
it up,
question,
I
and
asked,
they
I
conferred
I know
with
the
each other.
question about.
I think I did remember bringing up the mileage.
Mileage.
Yes, sir.
I don't-
And they didn't want to give up the mileage. Now, I remember, Mr. Cantu sitting there shaking his head
They
no.
conferred with each other and said
Yeah.
they'd rather,
Okay,
They didn't want to give up the mileage either, so to me, they got to give up one or the other. Are you agree with that? Or
I think that was our offer to
if you
them.
can ask them if they want to come back in here, right, with us, or?
no, I
I
think we've made a
think
decision.
Commissioner Smith kind of piled on with what you were saying as well, if I remember right. Y'all were both asking those same questions.
So it's either the car and they have to give up a mileage for one of the persons to drive that car.
If they're gonna drive it, if they're gonna get it.
It doesn't need to
needs be
sit.
driven.
And it sounds like they would want to continue using personal for daily use, and just have that car for these special
That's not
instances.
gonna happen, that's not gonna happen, right? That's not what we're looking at.
I agree with you.
Okay. Has anybody with positions they've asked for, and just refresh my memory, do we have any dollar placeholders in place for any positions? Or we have them actually funded?
Like currently in the budget?
Or
You-
wish list in the budget?
You have not added anything like that this year. I know it was mentioned earlier in discussions this year that we wanted to kind of step back and look at where placeholders are in the budget. So I wanted to do that, of course, before we adopt this year. So
Okay, so-
if you want to
so
pull any
we'll-
of those out.
We'll discuss placeholders.
Yes, just hadn't got to it yet, but something we can continue to look at through August, of course, if needed,
Okay. What about this clerk position?
for JP4.
Yeah.
So where's our, how does it roll in, if you add it into the main summary, what was
Right.
it? But the 48, is that?
40,
Yeah, so it's 50, so it's $58,000 more. Which will get you below 32%.
It would, 58, 1, 2. Just plug it in there, I guess.
Flat. That empty line sure looks nice.
So there's, what, 31.9?
Yeah, that's been in my office for a while.
So it's meant to be that way.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Interesting.
They gave it to me, and it's a longer walk nowadays, so
Maybe it was a call.
how many are we expecting at the north and east? What was that number? 172 or registers?
120. No, don't get me, I
I
don't.
thought it was 107, the conference?
No.
Around 170, I think.
Yeah, 172 or 30.
178 last time.
Big numbers and things, don't people ask you like for little numbers, and I'm like, oh, I don't know.
Okay, is that what you're showing?
So here's what I'm gonna, okay, so on this, I'm gonna go whichever way that, 178. I'm gonna go whichever way, Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Perry say on this, because that's y'all's.
That's his.
On Judge Richardson?
It's yours too.
A little bit.
Uh-huh. So that's the way we used to do it in the old days.
What'd you say? No.
178. Registered.
Oh, I thought he was talking about that number.
I didn't register. Do I need to register?
I was confused.
I don't know if I did or not.
Only 58,000.
I think you did.
Yeah, oh, I
Probably don't know it.
I don't remember that. Maybe Tracy.
Or are we waiting on an answer?
Yes. Y'all too.
Leave it in, but I still would like an asterisk by it, just to, again, I need maybe 2 or 3 days to get over the fact that,
Well, maybe it's not over yet. I mean, I'm looking at y'all's right now. I believe in, with your miles and what, Commissioner Jones wants for your people. I think we need to look hard at that, see where we can come up with that at.
Let's think on it this next week, and then we'll getting closer to our values.
Yeah, we'll have a better value
We'll have better value, and we'll know what kind of slack we have.
tomorrow, or?
No, it'd be
Not
next
till the
week.
25th is the deadline for them to provide.
and if possible, what I would like,
The next
Is
Friday.
that next Friday? Next
Week from
Friday.
tomorrow, yes.
if we get to that point comfortably, I would like to see Commissioner Jones and I both get one head count. But I want it to be, I don't want it to be stretching, to get there, so.
Well, like Commissioner Smith brought up, if you do the 13.5 million times 3, you're at $40 million. That's 3 months operating. If we had, I know, and we'd probably be in Mr. Jones's, Commissioner Jones's window of that 28 to 33%. And I know we'll be getting lower than what Judge would like, but I'd like to see us get our people and make our service.
Well, what I want to see is when we're there, how smoothly it runs out for the next 5 years. That's the biggest thing that I want to look
And I
at.
think there's two they're very interrelated, but also very separate, that fund balance goal and then your
Yeah.
difference between revenues and expenditures. And so, like you said, moving forward into the future years, it's hard to make both of those balance.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Anything else? Any other questions?
We're getting equipment.
Anything else? Yeah. And, anybody want to meet in the morning just to say hello and?
Can we do just, can we do
I've
it,
said
can we
all
do
that
it through
now.
Zoom?
Yeah.
Can we do it through Zoom?
And we're leaving right now at 32%, right? As we walk out of here today.
Yes, so, yeah, we added in that,
Bring it out another decimal if you wouldn't mind.
sure. And, too, that increase for the sheriff's office too, I know that's, nothing, no plan to match that yet. So I know that number can fluctuate as well.
Plan to match what?
Like the 1.2 million, there's no plan adopted there. So we will have to make sure that is, maybe over.
Oh, from Anna, she'll have to run those numbers to see how they'll fit into the step plan and everything like that.
Because you just set an amount. So again.
Right, I see what you're saying, because it's got to be proportioned out somehow.
Yes, yes. So.
And like when you brought up, we could do that for 2 years. The sheriff's department maybe. Then that would help y'all two out.
Yeah, because I think, that's true, Deal. We just need to get a,
Yeah, look.
yeah, yeah.
And if y'all are not wanting to come back tomorrow, the other thing that, I know the
sounded
days
so bad, didn't it?
just
Not
get away
when I
from
was
us, but, special revenue funds, I know that's always everyone's favorite topic, but we haven't got a chance to touch on those yet. And of course, those are set revenues. There's nothing you can do to increase or decrease those. They're spent for specific purposes. And so some of those are just built budgets that we help put together. Some departments have some input there. But we haven't got to go through those. And so that's the one thing, but we can just present that to y'all, as the proposed. I can send that out to y'all to review. It's just kind of going through the motions on those, I know, but it is a part of the budget. It's those funds are under your control, so.
Okay. I'll do whatever y'all want to do. It doesn't matter to me, meet or not meet tomorrow. I don't want to put a burden on the auditor's office to try to
No, we're
get to
here.
what they need to get to.
No, if y'all need to meet tomorrow, we're completely fine with that.
You're all right with that? Tired of seeing us? Okay.
How would we meet?
You didn't ask that the first time.
Well, she talked about special funds and.
No,
some
that's what I was
things
saying.
like
We can
we
kind of do
can.
that behind the
Those, right?
scenes.
You can just email them and we can look over them, and if we have any questions or,
Yes.
because there's really no decisions for us to make, it's just an FYI.
Yeah, yeah.
And it is your decision to adopt it, but that's just,
That's formality.
it's not tied to a tax rate. So.
Right.
Kind of like the juvenile budget. You get to look at it and suck it up and move on.
Okay. Anything else? Don't need to meet tomorrow.
Okay.
You'll send us the information.
Yes.
On the special revenue.
Yeah.
We'll
on
send those out. Well,
Tuesday the
I say that,
29th,
we'll send them
We can
out.
just say,
Yes.
if we have questions.
They've been on the
On the drive?
SharePoint. Yes.
perfect.
So y'all can reach out to us.
We're not meeting on Monday the.
No, we're not meeting next week.
No, I know, but Monday the 28th, we're just gonna meet.
Oh, that'll be our
Tuesday.
next meeting?
The next meeting's set for the 29th.
Is that Tuesday?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And so I also want to say, if for some reason there's a lot, things come up and we need to discuss more, we could recess into that Wednesday afternoon if needed for some reason. Timeline-wise, it would not hurt us, so.
Okay.
That's proposed, right?
Proposed,
budget and
but just in
tax rate.
case, sometimes things come up and I just didn't want us to feel pressured into that day if we needed to. But hopefully, we'll get out of here on that Tuesday and all will
Okay.
be right in the world.
And it could be, and I'll look at my docket for Wednesday morning, if any of it can be cut back where I'd be out of there by 10, we'd meet at 10:15
Just in case.
Wednesday if we have to. I'll know that pretty quick.
But we would have to have something by that Wednesday for sure. The plan is on Tuesday, so that will start the timeline of publications and hearings and all of those things, grievance hearings.
Okay. All right. If nothing else, we will stand adjourned.
Recording stopped.